true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Hey everybody, I don't know what I did to the intro. I screwed it up, but welcome in to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. I am your host. It is chilly and it is January 27th. Welcome to my channel. If you're not subscribed already, consider subscribing if you like my content. We're trying to get this channel back up and rolling. It's been ignored for a while. Hey Tintin. Hey Shortcake. And I'm so glad to see Sin and Potato and Sarah and all of you guys. Peter Sky Paka, and Annie Ruler. Good to see you. Thank you for modding today, you guys. Well, first of all, did you guys see my video I put out yesterday where it looks like Howard Bloom had a change of heart? I was a little taken back by that. I didn't put any commentary in it. I just read his article, but I was pretty perplexed that now he's entertaining that not only was Brian Koberger had someone with him, but he being the accomplice. I was like, all right, are you doing this just to write something? Or hey, PNW says I was unsubscribed and I didn't do it. Everyone make sure you're subbed up. Dude, I'm telling you, I know that, I've lost some subscribers, but this past week, I think YouTube did a sweep of inactive accounts or something. But everybody, yeah, make sure that you've got that bell click too. Hey, Rashia. She says, good morning. I can't wait to see what you have in mind. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I have in mind. Lori Phillips says, I've always believed that BK didn't do this alone. Hello, Miss Vogue Mod. Good to see you. I know you were here first. Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. Potato's I feel like Bloom is milking the cow. Megan Adams, how are you? Good morning, Access. Oh, I love your new pick. The Barbra Streisand effect. Kathy Rutledge says he did it all by himself. We'll get your votes in. The question is, do you think there could have been more than one perpetrator? Right now, you guys are even. 31% yes. 37% say absolutely not. 33% say I've thought about it. Gwen says this couldn't have possibly been done by one person, in my opinion. So, oh God, I don't even know where to begin. I want to start off by saying I know not everybody is going over these, and I understand the reasons for and not for, showing the pictures and talking about what's in the pictures and stuff. However, the public was very invested in this case, and I think that there's a method and a way to have case discussions without being disrespectful and without being exploitive. And that's what I'm going to try to do today. I'm not perfect. And live streams, anything can pop up or whatever. I just want to preface this because my intention is not to be exploitive of any of these photos or in our discussion. But I know that you guys have followed this along with me for a long time. And we didn't get any answers. We got a guilty plea with nothing, with no murder weapon, with nothing, right? But what I want to tell you guys about before we get into this, it's something that I kind of researched on my own, but I want to share. So just give me a second I didn't plan on really sharing this, but now I want to. I just want to put things in perspective as far as these attacks. And a lot of times during this case, we've sat here and we've compared Kohberger's actions to that of Ted Bundy. And I did some research and just to compare the Chi Omega murders to the Idaho 4 murders as far as time, attacks, injuries, how many people, etc. Now, the only thing that's different, I think, between these two, that's a huge difference, is the multiple floors. But what happened at the Chi Omega sorority house happened in what they said was 10 to 15 minutes. So I think investigators say it was about 13 minutes total. They say that Bundy entered the house around 2:45 to 3 o'clock. He attacked 4 women on the same floor, one after the other. The attacks were fast, brutal, and chaotic, which sounds very familiar. So in that brief time window, Ted Bundy killed 2 women and critically injured 2 others. And this was all while on the same floor. The other sorority members slept and never heard a thing. Now, another stark difference is that these girls were sleeping. The defensive wounds that are in these new documents are insane. It's insane. If you guys could please take a moment, we've got 146. If you guys could hit the like button, it helps get this out into the algorithm. But Bundy was very quiet and very fast. So I just thought that was interesting, given what we're told in this case. Hey, Penny Farthing. Everybody coming in, please hit the like button and vote in the poll. I want to know what you guys think. I think the only way that I can really segue in is to just go into it. The Goncalves family did not do a live last night. They were going to do a live on TikTok and talk about like the new things that have come up from this documents and photos. Like these documents, there's 155 pages here, and then there's like 2,800 photos. But and I understand they don't want people looking at them and gawking at them and talking about things that we don't know anything about. I don't know anything about blood spatter. I don't intend on zooming in and analyzing any kind of blood spatter. Hey, True Crime Kate, thanks for coming in. I don't plan on zooming in on that. But I also don't find it to be a crime for people to go through them, understand the magnitude of what was behind this madman that did this. Wind in her eyes says, I think BK prepped himself for a long time, including previously entering the house. I think that's definitely possible, especially with how loose they were with the doors. Good morning, Ostrich. Welcome. Gotcha says, I'm so sick of the others for still blaming the survivors. Yeah, I mean, that's why I kind of brought up that the other sorority girls, when 2 were murdered, the 2 that Ted Bundy critically injured, both of their jaws were broken. They had to get, they had teeth knocked out, and they went through hell recovering, broken arms, things like that. And I know Sarah said he got thrown off his plan, in my opinion. What do you think threw him off his plan, Sarasara? Vogue says, I think it's all about understanding why he did deserve, yes, why he deserved the death penalty. I think that seeing the photos too makes you realize, like, what was the prosecutor thinking? Making a deal. What? Was it really for the money, to save the money? Because have you guys seen on the interview room, Chris McDonough's wife, her name is Karen. Yeah, Karen. Karen did some excellent digging into how much the defense was paid in Brian's case without even going to trial. It was like $4 or $5 million. I don't want to quote it, but if you haven't seen that on the interview room, she put it out a few months ago. But she was calling, getting these records, and they were giving her like just a grand total of certain things, and she's like, no, there's got to be something more itemized. And she got the itemization, and it was insane. This case is just insane. From the president writing the book before a trial even happened, from the DoorDash driver and her problems in body cams, from the Koberger sister now coming out. I mean, there's just so much. CH says, to be fair, the prosecution was paid a lot more than that. See, that I don't know about that. They probably were. And Karen proved that the university bought the house for $100K, not donated. Yeah, and remember also the $1 million the governor gave to them. That was something pretty wild. And I just think anytime there's not a trial, unfortunately, in a big case like this, like I saw it with the Watts, right? People believed certain things. People were at each other's throats over it. And it wasn't easy on the families of the victims. This is such a bigger magnitude because there's so many families involved and they're such young victims. It's just such a, I don't want to say unique, but I don't know. It's not the kind of crime you see, all the time where there's no connection proven. Literally, they said they had nothing to tie them together. And I don't know if that's because there was nothing or if he deleted what was there. 5.2 million, Kathy. Thank you. It's just, it's left so many unanswered questions, Marissa. I agree. Vogue. I know Vogue. She said he did it alone. He had the element of surprise. He had the weapon. They were asleep and intoxicated. Yes. Their blood alcohol levels came out, and we're going to go over that. First, I'm just going to break the seal. And we're going to look at this New York Post article because they just went ahead and put it right out. So I'm like, if the New York Post is putting this shit out there, it's out there. Registration is up at U of I? Really? The part I'm confused about is how did he walk out and not have any blood anywhere, you guys? That's why I want to know what he was carrying around. Because when we look at the blood in the half wall that goes down to the front door, that blood, they say, is diluted. And don't get confused. It doesn't mean it's water or cleaner. It could be natural separation of the blood. Like the plasma from I don't know. It's technical. I'm not an expert. But it separates and the blood it's visually lighter. So if he was chasing through by the pong table and that blood splattered because his motions, chasing Xana and maybe like stabbing motions at her at the time made that blood come off the knife. But there had to be blood all over him. Or there had, look, even if he had booties on. Where's the boot? He had to walk from Xana's room. This is the part that gets me. He had to walk from Xana's room, booties or not. He had to walk from her room, out, past Dylan's, in through the kitchen and out the door. Even if he was wearing booties, we saw Xana's floor. Where's his booty print? I mean, he didn't fly out. You know what I mean? I mean, did he have a fucking jetpack on? Flew out the door? Right. I mean, it was the scene. That's why it's important to look at the scene, because you're like, wait a minute. I agree, Evelyn. It hits close to home. A lot of people relate. A lot of people can relate. I just don't know how you explain that. Where's the booty marks? Hey, Paul. If he disposed of the bloody clothes, where are they? Pfft. Potato says he must have taken his coveralls off. The blood wasn't at the exit of her room. He must have taken stuff off, or her blood would be trailed all the way out. Right. But okay, so I'm talking about his feet in particular. If his feet had booties on, he takes the booties off to walk out. Don't you think he's still going to leave something? God, it's just so wild. I mean, I could see him stripping in the house too. Reeves wants to know, did they check the drain for blood at his apartment? I don't remember. Right. How does all that happen? 2 floors, fighting people, undressing. Gran, she saw him carrying something that was cylinder shaped. It's just so weird, dude. Hey, Global. Good to see you, honey. I hope you're doing well. All right, so we're going to go through this, and then we're going to get to the pictures and the docs. I have some specific things I want to actually look at and talk about. I might wait till Friday for that, but let's just do it. Sarah, I'm telling you. I mean, he could have had seat cover, like plastic on the seats. That I get. He kept it very contained. But we also have to remember that he was trained to contain evidence by investigating a crime scene. He studied how to contain a crime scene by being on the investigative side of things. Right. And you know what, you guys? Hey, Mallory. Hey, and you know what, you guys? Other question I had about the sheath. There's unknown male DNA on the sheath, as well as Kohberger's. But not only that, we were told that the DNA was under the snap. Put a 1 if you thought the DNA they tested at Othram Labs was under the snap. The metal, stainless steel, whatever it is, snap. Vogue, do you think he dropped a kill kit by the back door on his way out? The sheath placement is very odd. Brass. You guys remember saying, oh, we tested the snap. Well, now we're finding out it was the strap. Was there DNA in both places? I'm confused about that. Because now they're saying it was the strap that had Kohberger's DNA. So was there DNA under the snap and on the strap? No, I'm going to show you. Okay, so we're just going to go through these first, then we're going to get to it. Warning, graphic content. If you don't want to see this, I suggest you click off or don't look. So, and another thing, they released these and then scrubbed them from their website. That was another thing. The disturbing photos show blood splattered on nearly every surface: doors, walls, furniture, mattresses, sheets, and floors. Bedrooms thrown into chaos inside what otherwise looked like a typical college residence. And the freaking New York Post is putting these out. But yeah, just to show you how much blood was on the floor. You know, I mean, I don't know if these are footprints. There is that weird, I mean, this is just, it's grotesque. But it shows you why the house was bleeding and what really went on in there. Right here. This is what I wanted to point out. Well, why couldn't they just take hers off? Why'd they have to remove all of them? They did show part of Xana's face. But do you see right here? This French fry? There's like a bloody mark that looks like a smiley face. And I saw another channel saying, oh, it looked like it was drawn with a finger and blood. I really don't think it was. I think her fucking food was all over her. And that mark is from, like, her fry. Now, this was another question I had, and we're going to go through the actual photos. I'm just kind of breaking you guys in. This one here is, like they say, this is transfer. This is what they were calling the butt print. This threw me off because they said he sat down. Remember specifically. Put a 1 in chat if you remember them saying that Kohberger was tired and sat down on the fluffy chair. And basically, they made it sound like he left like a butt imprint. So we were assuming that his coveralls were just soaked. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was in a document. I just don't know how he would have sat down. And when we go through these and you see it, you know, I mean, a laptop's there. It looks to me, honest to God, it looks to me like like someone grabbed it. To me, it looks like these are like, and I'm not an expert, so don't come at me, but like someone like reaching, that's what the fuck it looks like to me. And it's chilling as hell. And I don't know why, I thought it was going to have like butt prints, like literally an ass print. I think it's a grab print, and it's terrifying. This is probably the only time I'll show this because it's gross. It's bad. But this explains the house bleeding outside. You can see here there's a huge puddle of blood. This would be where Ethan was, and that was why the foundation bled out. Because all of this, he bled so much in such a fast amount of time. Oh, it's just, it's god awful. And they go into more detail about the injuries. I'm not going to, we'll go over them, but I've already got it in kind of layman's terms via Chat GPT to kind of talk about the difference in their injuries. And all of that is important because it shows us, the order of things, just how everything happened. Welcome in, everybody that's just joining. If you could hit the like button, that would be great. Thanks so much. Okay, so that goes on to talk about the Goncalves family. It says, murder isn't entertainment and crime scene photos aren't content. And unfortunately, they're public. And I'm just trying to, do this as respectfully as possible while still following through with, what I do. So do you guys know, we're going to start with just the photos here. Is this the Uber driver, Eric? Is this Eric's car? Oh, Belinda, it's bad. Hey, Amy Darcy. Good to see you. Make sure you guys get your votes in, too. I'm curious what you think. I think this is Eric Geiger's, or whatever his name is. The one that drove them home. I think this is his car. Just got confirmation from Sarah. Yes. Hello, Miss Flo. All right. So let's see here. I'm not going to show that. I'm going to start with the sheath. Okay. So this is the first picture they show of the sheath. Apparently, I'm assuming Maddie is still here. And they're showing, I guess, when they removed the comforter and pulled this back. Or pulled the comforter back, they saw the sheath partially under her leg. Also, her foot was reported to be on the floor. So what do you guys think about that? There are little spots here. And I know, what was confusing. I wonder if I can make this bigger. Hang on. Is it big enough for you guys to see? Let me know in the chat. It looks small on my side, so let me know. Oh, yeah, that's right, Randy. The computer model. Yeah, because they did report that in a document that he had sat down. But yeah, you can see here there's like some kind of bodily fluid as well. But there's quite a bit of drops here, but just a few on here. And it's face down, which means the insignia is on the other side. So I guess another question I have is, regardless of who you think did this, I know there's people who don't think Brian did it, but regardless of who you think did it, do you think this was left here by accident? Or do you think this was left purposely by whomever? Because the placement is weird. Why wouldn't he have that? I mean, I get it. Like if his jumpsuit didn't have a belt loop, but that's risky. Put a 1 if you think this was left here purposely. Put a 2 if you think, or put a 1 if you think it was accident. Put a 2 if you think it was on purpose. Like thinking, I'm not leaving any evidence behind, so I'm going to leave this sheath and throw them off. 1 accident, 2 on purpose. I'm kind of leaning on purpose. And I'm wondering whose other DNA is on it. Lady says accident. He tried to come back for it a few hours later. Did he try to come back for it, or was he just coming back to scope out the scene? Here's another question. Hey, Crochet. Hey, Ski Utah. Here's another question. What did he talk to his mom about while he was driving around near the crime scene just hours after the murders? What did him and Mama talk about for an hour? Dude, an hour. This is supposedly how the sheath was found. Evidence marker number 14, partially under Maddie's leg. Megan says it was accidental. Consider they were fighting and struggling. Could end up anywhere. But it doesn't look like Maddie was fighting with him. So that's what gets me, Megan. According to the reports, Maddie only had a couple defensive wounds. I don't think Maddie was very intoxicated. So I'm not sure how much Maddie fought. And Maddie was on this side. Kaylee is on the other side. I mean, picture it. He's got gloves on. He unknifes, he takes it out. Did he think was he going to grab it? Hey, sips of coffee. Good to see you. Think he left as a calling card. So do I. And I can't explain. I just do. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. We're going to go over to the documents to page 45. Come on. These take a minute to load up. Okay, here is where they find it. The location of a brown object in the vicinity of the lower left back and or thigh of Madison Mogan is indicated by a yellow oval. This object was later identified as a brown knife sheath. The back of the knife sheath is exposed. And then it says this knife sheath is indicated by place card 14, which is what we were looking at over here. Spatter associated with an impact is noted on the sheet on which the brown knife sheath is found. Then we go on to here. Photographs included in the forensic biology report related to the lab analysis of the knife sheath provide closer images of the spatter stains associated with impact on the exposed surface, the back of the knife sheath. Presumptive testing for the presence of blood in the stains on the back of the knife sheath was positive. Subsequent DNA testings on the back of the knife sheath revealed a mixture of DNA. Kaylee Goncalves matches the major profile of DNA. Okay, that makes more sense. Maddie is a potential contributor to the minor component of the DNA. So if we go back here, we know that Maddie's body is here because it was found under her leg. And we know that the majority of this blood is Kaylee's. The back of the knife sheath was exposed to spatter stains which originated from an impact to Kaylee and Maddie. mainly Maddie. Now, here is number 22. The front strap of the knife sheath was swabbed and tested as item 1.1. The strap. DNA from Brian Koberger was identified on the front strap of the knife sheath. So, I guess they found it on the strap and the snap, according to this.
Or is it a cigar?
Hello, Miss Robin. Thank you for 38 months. I think he had the sheath in like a front pocket, the kind on hoodies, and it fell out. He didn't realize until he was finished with the knife, but it was too late to look for it. Okay. All right, let's zoom in on this. So you can see a lot better in this one. I want to make sure you guys can see. I don't know if you guys can see it real good on your end, but this is where they collected trace material from, right here and right here. But you can see all these little dots all over. True crime and other stuff, that is that's something I thought of too. Like, why would he take, well, I mean, if you listen to Howard Bloom, he is saying like, oh, well, maybe Brian, getting away with it, or this guy getting away with it with Brian's methods was good enough for Brian. I don't know if I can get down with that. I don't know if I can get down with that. All right, moving forward, let's zoom out of here. Here's another one. On this one, it does identify, hold on, it's blurry, area swabbed. But it doesn't say that they found anything. It just says it was swabbed. Oh yeah, Robin, Brent is that the whole thing is weird. There's so many different weird things that have happened in this case. It's crazy. Remember how fast he allegedly went in and out, so he'd be rushed. He could leave something behind as well. For sure, for sure. Hang on, I gotta shut down that window. I'm freezing up here. Okay, so that looks like that's an area. I had to turn off my camera because this is taking a lot of resources right now. But I'm going to close out some things and I will turn it back on. Well, I read Howard Bloom's article, True Crime and Other Stuff, and I dropped a video late last night. And then another area swabbed was the edges of this. And this is nothing new. We've seen this. Now we're going to go to page 107. I'm trying to cover all the sheath things at once so that we know what we're looking at here. We get some kind of a description. Let's see. Okay, right here. So defense experts and prosecution experts. Let's talk about that. They kind of even each other out, right? Because the defense expert is going to say things that are beneficial to the defense, and same with the prosecution experts. So they really have, like, in these documents, they literally have like a rebuttal. So they have the defense expert, and then they come back with the rebuttal from the prosecution side. But what I'm gonna focus on right now in these documents is the sheath. So Turvey is the defense expert for Kohberger. And Turvey says that he thinks the sheath was planted, okay? Hello, Sarah Lee. Where's your late slip? So they're experts saying, nah, our man didn't leave it there. It was planted, right? That was going to be his defense, according to these documents. He says crime scene staging refers to an attempt to confuse or misdirect a law enforcement investigation by altering, fabricating, or planning evidence in relation to a crime scene. In the present case, a K-bar knife sheath was discovered in the crime scene by law enforcement. Evidence of staging with respect to this item of evidence is as follows. Oh, the Lees entered together again. Turvey goes on to say the sheath was found precariously placed just slightly under the body of Madison Mogen and partially covered by the comforter that was placed atop the midsection of her body by the suspects. It could, notice how he said plural, suspects. It could not have fallen accidentally into this location. Then the prosecution expert says the sheath could have become trapped under Maddie's body when she moved her left leg out of the bed. If she were hurriedly moving her left leg, she would have not taken time to move the comforter, in which case the sheath would be trapped between the comforter and the bed. What do you guys think? Whose description is more plausible to you? We know her left leg was found draped over the edge of the bed. I think her foot might have been even touching the floor. However, there was no blood on the bottoms of their feet, which meant that they never stood up, according to investigators. So now we're going to move on to page 137. Or 138, rather. Okay, so this expert, Tina Walt Hall, forensic scientist 3, she is an expert witness in the field of forensic science. And she was going to testify what friction ridge skin is, what Latin prints are, what exemplars are, consumption of evidence with regard to Latin print processing, etc., etc. She is expected to testify about her involvement in the case in which she processed item 1, K-bar leather knife sheath with the USMC logo for Latin prints. Walthall did not observe or develop the Latin prints from item 1. Walthall's explanation can be found in her report. She processed other items for Latin prints in this case as well. She will testify that, okay, she's going to testify about friction skin. Hold on. Friction ridge detail. I thought there was more about the sheath in here. Hold on. 135, 136. Hang on. I'm not going to read all of this. Hold on, it's got to load. That's what was wrong. Okay, it wasn't loading. Okay, hold on. Here's what they were going to present as evidence, guys. This was going to be their PowerPoint in court. Y'all, I can't even with them. Hold on, let it load up. I think the rest are redacted. Okay. This was going to be what they were going to present as exhibits. The knife sheath recovered in Mogen's bedroom. DNA from Brian Koberger was identified on the front strap of the knife sheath. Back was exposed to impact spatters from Kaylee and Maddie. And then it says, would there be blood on the perpetrator? Perpetrator did have blood on their person, possession. Transferred blood on edge of Madison Mogen's bedroom door. Transferred blood on wooden ledge of half wall on level 2. And then it says down here, no physical evidence to indicate that a significant time elapsed during the commission of this violent activity. No physical evidence to exclude a single perpetrator causing the death of these 4 individuals. And then it says evidence that some measures were being taken to remove blood. Now, this is contrary to what I looked up. Okay, so I looked it up and it was like, oh, the blood can separate and be a different color. But here in this exhibit, they're saying that evidence that some measures were being taken to remove blood. Diluted blood shows that blood has been diluted with another liquid. So they're not explaining it away as blood separation. They're saying this was either mixed with water or some kind of cleaning solution. That's wild. Did you guys notice in the pictures of Maddie's room, which we're going to go over to now, that there is a bottle of like shout it out, like, hang on, I'll find it. Be patient while they load. And this is all just the walls in Maddie's room around the bed. There's just blood everywhere. Right here, OxyClean. This was it. Okay. All right, guys, let's talk about this. All right. Now, you obviously there's the softener there. So I'm assuming this was Maddie's laundry stuff. But what was interesting to me is that if you zoom in here, now I'm no expert, but there's drops of blood all around this, but not on this damn bottle. The bottle looks, well, yeah, the bottle doesn't look like it's got any stains. But here, it's all over the Kleenex. You can see it here. You can see it on the floor right here. Did it just magically miss this bottle? I mean, look at all this. What do you guys think? Hello, Miss Jammas. I'm waiting for chat to catch up. It could have been kicked to that position on his way out. Fair. All right, here's another one from a more zoomed out angle. They failed to collect that hair on the floor, you think? That's one hell of a hair, isn't it? God damn. The bottle could have been knocked over. Yep, you're right. I mean, obviously, we don't know how it was positioned, right? Hold on. I'm actually going to move me down here so we can have like a full screen. There we go. It's more likely the walls were sprayed with water. Who would have sprayed them with water? And why? There's another photo. They took a lot of photos of this. I wonder if there's any spots under the bottle, says Penny. I don't know. If we keep going, maybe they have where they move the bottle. Yes, they do move the bottle. Okay, let's keep going. I just don't want to accidentally click on something bad. So there, I think, oh no, there's the bottle over here now. See, this is pretty clean right here. Probably to show how far the blood sprayed. Sure. It's just wild that there's all this blood right here, and then that maybe it did get knocked over. That's a plausible explanation for sure. Because if you go back here, you see it could have been sitting next to this stuff. All right, let's go back to these documents for a sec. 138. All right, so we're back to Tina Walthall, the forensic lady. We're going to go down to 147. Okay, so this Tina was also going to testify about what trace evidence is, how it's collected for analysis. Trace biological evidence includes skin cells or hair. Skin cells are collected by swabbing. Areas of interest in hairs can be collected by manually removing them from an item. Wilt will testify that she swabbed item 1, the K-bar knife sheath, for DNA. Her testimony will include how the item was examined, what observations were made prior to collection, and how the different areas of item 1 were swabbed separately, which we just looked at. They did the front strap, the edges of the handle, the edges of the blade, and the stains on the back. Nothing about the button, the snap. We heard it was a snap all along. Wilt will testify that she forwarded the swabs from item 1 along for DNA analysis. Wilt's involvement regarding item 1 can be found in report 1. Wilt swabbed many items for DNA analysis in this case. However, the state intends to explore report 1 during Wilt's testimony the most extensively. All right, now we're going to go back to the photos. Again, all of Maddie's room. I'll just click through these. And to answer your question, Robin, I did see that, the reflection. I couldn't really make much out of it. But yeah, this shows us her window here that looked out to that deck. Her personal items. It's really sad to see. What is this looking at now? Is this, oh, this is looking out of, okay, so you're standing in Maddie's room looking out towards the hallway, right? The bathroom would be to your right. Am I looking at that correctly? Yeah. So you can see even here on this wall. Up here at the top. It even reached way up here. Can you guys see that spot? Oh my goodness. Oops. What just happened? Hold on. Okay. Can you guys see that spot way up there? Oh, wow. It's all over this wall here. I don't know if there's... I don't know if that's blood or not. I don't know why these are repeating for me. I think it's freezing up. So let's scroll down. See, they're loading as we go. You got to be patient. Because these are really big files. So who do we think sprayed with water? Number one. Let's talk about that. Who and where and why? Like, did he have water with him? What's the deal with that? Here's Maddie's window that we all have seen, her boots and of course, you know, she was sitting at her vanity chair right here in front of her mirror at her little desk. Someone sitting out back could see right in. You think so? Potato says, I think there was no water. The defense is defending with that. And what you read about diluted blood is probably accurate. So this is Maddie's closet. The bed would be over this way, down here. You can see there's a lot of blood. Yeah, the bed's here. But they contend with the injuries reported that neither one of these two stood up or even sat up, from what I understand. It's her little cowboy hat. DW says, do you think the fact that none of Maddie and Kaylee's blood was transferred to Xana and Ethan is suspect? means two objects used in more than one person. That lady said gouge marks, so probably hammer or similar. DW, that's good. I mean, those are really good points because when we get into the injuries, they're stating like we don't know if there was more than one weapon. Oh my goodness, there's even see it on these little bins. Dude, it went everywhere. It's so horrible. See, it's on these little bins. A little bit right here on the wall. Mm. Is that the sweatshirt she was wearing, the Idaho one? In that last picture where they're all together? It looks like it. Yeah, because there's that. Remember Maddie's mom said that that was on her chair? And it was all clean? It doesn't look like it really was. Vogue, do you remember that? I know, True Crime Kate, it's everywhere. It's horrible. And to think that this sat there, like they didn't start like really processing this until the end of January, which was crazy to me. K Cam says, why would any human being want to be so brutal to strangers? It's unbelievable. You remember that, Potato? I think it was one of the documentaries. Tiff from Texas, we have known for 3 years. Brian Koberger didn't know these people. But Eve went... Who's Eve? Went with the incel narrative. I think Brian Koberger was an incel. I don't think he was... He was weird. I mean, look at all the documentation from WSU and all the chicks he worked with. They hated him. He was a prick. Okay, so here's where the... Look at... Down here is the Kleenex. And there's the OxyClean. Right here, it's under the bed. What's going on with this? They must have pulled the bottle out to photograph it, is what happened. They had to have. You don't think strangers? You think drug related? What drugs, though? There was no drugs. What drugs would it be related to? How does this relate to allegedly with Brittany J? It doesn't. Hello, Higgins. Tiff from Texas says this massacre is way bigger than Brian Koberger. Like, bigger how? I mean, what kind of drugs are you assuming? We have all the toxicology reports. Oh my God, blot. All right, so that's where the dang bottle came from. Under here. That's why it didn't have a ton of blood on it. So you think they were just selling them and not doing them? Because I think it would have been in their system. You know what I mean? People are forever going to say he didn't do this. I mean, let's face facts. There's people who think Chris Watts didn't do it. But we have to use common sense, right? Why is he going to plead guilty if he had nothing to do with it? That's just stupid. Like, that is just stupid. Nah, a lot of people like to go with this drug thing, DW. You got to be careful who you listen to. There's a lot of misinformation in this case put out by a lot of different channels for clicks and views. I'm just going to scroll through these. They're loading up. Yeah, see, there's a blanket on her chair and shit. Okay, so now we're out of Maddie's room, at least for the moment. Trail of Destruction says there is so much fake shit out there. Oh, let's talk about fake shit. Let's talk about fake shit. The new audio that came out that these creators are rolling with. Fake. Fake, fake, fake. It's despicable. People should not be running with that. Even if it was real, why would you run with that? It's gross. It's really, really gross. Yoda, are we really supposed to take you serious with that name? No, we don't. Casey says, why did he choose them? What was the motive? See you, Dr. Macy. Have a good one. Caught Up in Crime says it's not even that he just pled guilty. He accepted that he cannot appeal anything, that he's just going to be in prison for the rest of his life. No one, and I mean no one, would be accepting of that. So if someone is sharing audio that they don't even know if it's true, don't go to them for facts. I'm just saying. Maria says, I think the house was a target full of DNA because it was a party house. I have the first set of docs that were dropped. I think I have enough on my plate, but yes, you can. I think I've gone through everything else. I'm not sure, though. There's been a lot. So this is Maddie's door here, the exterior of the door. And here we have that light colored blood again. Let me see if I can search this. No, I can't. Damn it. Hey, everybody that's just coming in, we are just going through these new pictures respectfully in chat, please. They are loading very slow. I'm trying to keep it moving. Hey, Teresa. Good to see you. I think he was targeting the house, which in turn led him to targeting certain people in the home because it was an unknown party house. There was going to be a lot of DNA. But there'd be a lot of DNA in any of these kids' houses, right? Hey, snarky chicken. I mean, not to be gross, but there's hair in the blood as well. We know this is where Kaylee put up a huge fight, was on this side of the bed. And this is what they mean. Remember the Goncalves family said she was trapped? She was trapped on this side of the bed. And of course, you know, people that analyze this stuff, they can analyze the direction that this came in. There's so much analysis that goes into that blood spatter. I mean, people actually study this. This is, you know, I don't know. It's not all just to look at. People actually can analyze this stuff, which is amazing to me. To recreate a scene, you know. But this is the blood they were going to testify to that he transferred on the door, would be evidence marker 48 right here. Need some Z's says, how do you explain the cast off of Kaylee and Maddie's in the living room from him? From on his gloves, on the knife, on him. This was transfer blood of Kaylee and Maddie on the door from his person. I don't know if it was from the knife. I don't know if there's any way to even know that, but he transferred it. Tails on drop showed directionality. Yeah, he was swinging the knife all over the place. And that is what I'm going to get into now, is what happened in Maddie's bedroom. Let me pull it up. Okay, we're going to break down basically the autopsy results for each victim. I'm going to start with, hold on. I think it starts with with Kaylee, but hold on a second. Yeah, it's Kaylee. Okay, so what I did was I pasted from the results and put it into ChatGPT and asked it just to break it down for me without, sensationalizing anything, and explaining what each section means and why it matters medically. So Kaylee's autopsy was performed November 16th, 2022 at 4:50 p.m. Her cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries. And it says this means injuries caused by a sharp edge weapon. Remember we heard from, Miss Kathy Mabutt? And she was talking slashes and stab wounds, and she couldn't even label what had happened in that house. And now I think it makes a lot more sense why. Significant contributors to her death were blunt force injuries to the head and asphyxial injuries. And it notes that these did not replace the cause of death, but worsened or accelerated death. This tells us the death was multifactorial, not just stabbing alone. The major injury findings explained. This is still Kaylee. 24 plus stab and incised wounds to her scalp, face, and neck. The stab wounds equal deeper penetration, where the incised wounds are slicing type injuries. So that kind of goes with what we heard Kathy Mabutt talking about. The high number suggests repeated blows The head and neck targeting is significant because it increases the lethality. Thank you for subscribing, Deborah Mathis. 11 stab and size wounds to the chest. 3 stab and size wounds to upper extremities, often consistent with defensive injuries, meaning that the arms and hands were raised or involved during an assault. The autopsy language does not explicitly label them defensive, but this is a common interpretation. Punctures of the outer table of the skull. The outer table is the external layer of skull bone. This means the weapon contacted bone with enough force to damage it. This supports forceful blows, not superficial injuries. Injuries to the teeth and tongue, typically associated with blunt force to the mouth or jaw, or pressure or trauma during an assault. These findings often accompany face strikes or compression. Perforations of the subclavian and artery and vein. This is critical. The subclavian vessels are major blood vessels near the shoulder and upper chest. Injury here can cause rapid, massive blood loss. This alone can be fatal in minutes without immediate medical attention. Hemorrhage in the chest cavities means that blood accumulated in the chest and it confirms internal bleeding. It's pretty obvious. Blunt force injuries separate from stabbing. This section is important because it shows additional violence beyond the sharp force trauma. The blunt force findings include scalp laceration, bleeding around the brain, nasal fracture, facial abrasions, bruising around eyes, and pattern bruises across the lower face. Now, these indicate direct impacts. Patterned bruises can suggest contact with an object, hand, or surface. They stated they don't know if there was a secondary weapon. Could it have been a glove? Asphyxial findings. Petechial hemorrhages in eyes and mouth. Petechiae are tiny pinpoint hemorrhages. They are commonly associated with restricted breathing or pressure. Petechia support asphyxia. A lot of you think it was the handle of the knife. Could have been. You'd think they'd be able to match that up, right? There was also blood in her airways. I'm not going to go into the detail about that. Toxicology. Blood alcohol concentration was 0.107, which is above the legal driving limit, medically relevant for reaction time, ability to resist or escape, and the conscience level. It does not imply fault or consent, only physiological state. Next is Maddie Mogen. Hold on. Let me see if I can get these to load while I'm reading this. Here's the swipe of transfer here. I'll leave that up while I read. That's where they said he transferred their blood. So where do you think that came from? His sleeve or... Okay, Maddie's was performed November 16th at 2:25. Ethan's autopsy was the first out of all of the victims. Maddie's cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries. Her death was caused by injuries from a sharp-edged weapon, stabbing. Unlike Kaylee's autopsy, though, there's no blunt force or asphyxial contributors. At least they did not list any. 13 stab and incised wounds to Madison's scalp, face, and neck. Fewer than Kaylee's, but still well beyond a single lethal strike. 5 stab wounds to the chest. 10 incised wounds to the upper extremities. This is medically consistent with defensive or reflexive injuries, such as arms raised or hands involved during an assault. So when they say they were sleeping, obviously when they were attacked, they woke up. But they mean they were totally caught off guard, intoxicated, sleeping, comfortable, in their rooms, in their beds, with their friends, with their boyfriend, completely caught off guard. Wounds of the lung and liver confirms that the chest and abdominal wounds penetrated deeply enough to damage organs. Lung injury. I already said that. Okay. Perforations of the subclavian artery, subclavian vein, and chest wall vessels. Injury here can cause rapid blood loss. The blood alcohol concentration of Maddie was 0.28. Very, very high. Medically, this can cause severe impairment, reduced awareness to reaction time, and possible partial unconsciousness. Other findings on Madison were incision of the nasal septum. She had a sharp force trauma to the internal structure of the nose. She had perforation of her tongue, an oral mucosa, injury inside the mouth, often associated with forceful facial trauma, or penetration through open mouth, not uncommon in close-range assaults. There was fluid in the upper and lower airways, which does mean there was perimortem breathing, but it does not tell you for how long. All right, let's keep going through these photos as we're still upstairs in Kaylee's room. Here's more pictures of that area. That's a lot of blood right there. So if what we believe is true, that Kohberger was surprised up here by Xana, chased her out, and slid on the edge of the door. 0.28 is a lot, and she's tiny. Well, we saw how wasted she was. She was stumbling and she was pretty hammered. She was eating mac and cheese in the Uber with her fingers. I mean, she had a good night. She had a good time. This looks like they've moved stuff because now her shelf is here on the chair. Close-ups. I believe next to the bed, you can actually see like indentions where he missed. I think he was frantically swinging, if you will. Look, there's even blood down here on the baseboard. Can you guys see that? Literally horrible. Yeah, the totality of the evidence makes it an incredibly strong case. I agree with that, Sarah. Hang on, they're loading up. They load slow. I'm going to kind of just scroll past all these wall pictures. I just don't see the point in looking at all of those. Thanks for being here, guys. If you could hit the like button, that would be great. Thanks. Hey, Tim Sparks. Seabawang. How's Seabawang? Are you cold up there? Are you snowed in Seabawang? All right, we'll start right here. Okay, so now we are downstairs, walking in the front door. There's the wreath. And this would be Bethany's room. Or is this the golf club room? No, this is the spare room, right? Sorry about that. So you walk in, you go to the right, and there's the spare room. And this is the golf club where the golf clubs were stored, I think. Wait, hold on. What's up with this ceiling? Oh, it's just a shadow. Never mind. I agree with that, Sarah. She said it's really important, in my opinion, to understand as much as possible if there's even a chance of preventing crimes like this. You have 3 feet of snow and it's still snowing? I don't know who used to be in this room, but it looks like kind of a catch-all. There are empty cans in there, though. Somebody was in there. Somebody worked at this desk. Who was it? Kaylee or Maddie? Is this where Kaylee worked? From home? So here's the router and all that right there. How do you prevent jealousy? Well, you can't prevent someone else's actions, but you can be, I don't know. I mean, how could this have been prevented? You know how it could have been prevented? It could have been prevented if WSU would have fired his ass. Hey, bada bing. They both worked in that room. There's the golf clubs. There's the green and pink coat that everybody said was Dylan's with blood on it. It's like, it's in this random closet. Nobody knows whose coat that is. Lots of pictures of this room. Well, he failed out of trying to be a cop, right? In high school. Dang it. It froze again. We'll scroll through this bedroom. There's really nothing to see in there. Okay, let's go back out in the hall. Truly cans everywhere. We've got a hat and some kind of bag. I don't know what that is. You guys know what that is? Is that like a bag you get at the dentist or something? I don't know. Bethany's room. This is where the two girls were holed up for 8 hours. Randy, I didn't see that. And I'm trying to understand the flashbang. Hey, DJ. Trying to understand the flashbang that Bethany saw and heard. Because she's got these effed up blinds that, you know, if that DoorDash driver was flashing around her flashlight, she could have seen that too. Because I hate those blinds suck. Or if a car pulls in, or if, like, let's say the heat kicks on and then they start moving. I heard that, Vogue Mod. It is sad. Vogue Mod said the documents say Ethan and Xana were in close proximity after the attack as they found blood and DNA of Xana under Ethan's nails and vice versa. Yeah, I think they were huddled together on that bed. Do you think the flashbang was the Sensi? It could have been. She said it sounded like firecrackers. Mm-hmm. True crime and other stuff. He didn't make it as a cop because he was a dick to the females. Do they ever show the complete ceiling? In which room? I haven't seen one that's just zoomed out. This is all Bethany's stuff here. Look at, here's those, look at, their duct work is right here. Remember the HVAC came in? See? Look at all that shit right there. And remember, Brian did HVAC work with his father. I don't know if that has anything to do with shit, but could he, I don't know. Could he have done something with the ductwork or no? Kylie, what's up, girl? Just saying it was pretty accessible, you know, right there. He wanted to know if his parents were arrested. That's why he asked. Is that what you think, Diana? See, there's her blinds, man. Those blinds suck. I could never sleep with that gap open right there. I'm funny about that. I gotta have my shit closed tight. I don't like to feel like there's any eyes that could be on me. And then these things start moving when the air blows or if you have a fan on. They're terrible. But remember the week before the murders, Bethany heard a sound outside her window and she had her friend come pick her up. Hey, Johnny Kramer. Good to see you. Fire sticks. There's that duct work again. That's right. They came home to the washer on or whatever. And that was right in this downstairs area too, I believe. I mean, look through her window right here. You can see people. See, hell to the no. I could never sleep like that. Aw, that's something to be proud of, true crime and other stuff. That's awesome. There's Bethany's bed. Wait, what is it? Oh, Trader Joe's bag. And this is where the girls were. Crazy. You know what's really crazy? Is that, hold on, let's go back to this. So did Bethany never get out of bed? Because she could have easily looked out this window. Hey, Pines, I wondered at some point a while back if the flashbang was a stun gun he fumbled. I've heard that discussed as well. Oh, okay. So there is like a, I don't want to say a crawl space, but hold on a second. I'm trying to figure out where we are in this room. Okay, this is the stairs to go upstairs. All right. I get it now. Took me a minute. She could hear very loudly people going up and down these stairs. This is Bethany's bed. This is still Bethany's room. Well, what I don't understand is, Johnny, to piggyback off what you just said, is a week prior to the murders, Bethany was in her room by herself and she heard a scream outside or a noise or something. She called a friend to come get her and she actually left and went and spent the night with that friend. So why didn't she do that night with Dylan? You know what I mean? Why didn't she call that friend and be like, oh my God, we heard something, like, come over now? She didn't hesitate to have someone come over in the middle of the night to pick her up the week before. You know what I'm saying? When you guys think of that. Hey, Noodle. Here, I'm going to let these. I got to let these load a second. Bethany had a toothache. She woke up to call her father, who instructed her to take medicine and go back to bed. Well, true crime, it's a thankless job, right? And these are all over the place, guys, so bear with me. Johnny says, yes, if she can hear screams outside, surely she heard what was going on within the house. You know, it's a catch-22, Johnny. In the beginning of the stream, I was reading about Ted Bundy and his sorority house attacks, and there were other girls on that floor that heard nothing, that were sleeping the whole time. I don't know if I've ever been that drunk either, but when you're that drunk, you're not thinking about whether you could fight back in an attack. You're in a very vulnerable state. Unfortunately, the alcohol overcomes your consciousness, you know? You think you have it together. You think you can hold it together. But when push comes to shove, you can't. I'm just going to scroll till I get caught up here. Yeah, like, you know, when you're drunk too, like, especially after you go to bed, you've eaten, you go to bed, and you're just like, oh my God, like, I just want my bed. You know that feeling? And no one would ever think, like, oh my God, are my roommates being stabbed right now? Oh my God, is some guy in here, like, stabbing my friends? I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to understand in the 8 hours. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it is. What's up, Anders? Good to see you today. These are huge pictures, guys. That's why we have the ability to zoom in like we do. But it does take some time for them to load. Seems like I keep going back to the same ones. And in college, living in a house full of people, you get used to so much noise that you tune it out and add alcohol on top of it. BK took advantage of the situation. I agree. I agree with that. I wish these were easier to index here. Hold on. But do you guys really think that there wasn't a connection with these guys and Brian in some factor? I'm frozen up. I'm gonna close out the documents. Okay, there we go. I tried to do it a list to make. Look how slow this is moving. Oh my gosh, it put us right back at the top. Let's go down here. I do have a couple videos I wanted to show of do you guys like Joseph Scott Morgan? He was actually on Anjanette Levy. She did a really good show on this. You believe he was stalking one of them? Well, Kaylee, what about Kaylee seeing the person outside and the shadowy figure and all of that stuff? My problem with the crime scene is 8 hours and people within the house before police arrive, so we have no idea who transferred blood. Was it the killer or someone who showed up before police? Interesting, I'd say. Say No says, I don't believe it was the house. I believe there was a connection and it was all about those particular girls. I feel like he's seen them somewhere and stalked them. Says True Crime and Other Stuff. Hold on. And there's a lot more to go over in these. There's like the cast report with balance. He was going to talk about Brian Koberger's phone. We'll go over that on Friday. But let me see. And I want to pull up Joseph Scott Morgan in a second here. This tells you we went over the autopsies. We don't need to look at that. This tells you right here, this is kind of some of the visuals. No blood is noted on the bottom or tops of their feet, indicating they were not upright or moving about the area after their bloodletting injuries were inflicted. The blood visible on the bottom sheet is limited to the upper portion of the bed sheet at approximately chest level. According to the respective autopsy reports, no bloodletting injuries were reported below the waist or on the backs of Kaylee or Maddie. So they were both on their back. Miss Sherry, yes, the roommates called the cops 8 hours later. Teresa, yes, we did. I didn't read them. I broke them down with ChatGPT. Oh, no, I haven't done those yet. You're right. No, I haven't. My bad. Thank you for getting me back on track. Teresa, what would I do without you? So, one more thing before we read the other two autopsies. Miss Mogan's left leg is extended from under the bed covers and her left foot is on the floor. A piece of debris is noted on the floor between the left foot of Maddie and the pillow and is indicated by a yellow oval. A swabbing of the debris as well as the debris itself was tested for presumptive presence of blood. The swabbing of this debris yielded a positive presumption test for blood at the scene, but the test conducted at the laboratory was weakly positive. It should be noted there were no drip trails of blood noted on the bedroom floor. Drip trails are indicative of movement by a bleeding individual. Hey, Osane. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the next autopsy would be Ethan. Ethan's autopsy was performed first among the four at 8 a.m. on November 16th. As with Madison and Xana, the official cause is sharp force trauma. Ethan had 4 stab and incise wounds to his scalp, face, and neck. This is significantly fewer head and neck wounds compared to Kaylee and Xana. 1 stab wound to the upper chest, a single chest wound. This wound is connected to the critical vascular injuries listed below. 6 incised wounds to the upper extremities are consistent with possible defensive or reflexive injuries. 6 stab incised wounds to the lower extremities. This can be caused during movement during the assault or contact while standing, stepping, or repositioning. And Kaylee and Maddie had no lower extremity wounds listed. Perforations of the jugular vein, subclavian vein, and subclavian artery. It sounds like he targeted that spot on all of the victims, you guys. These are where major blood vessels supply to the head and upper body. Injury here can cause rapid, massive blood loss, which we saw. Ethan's head was between the bed and the wall, and there was a huge puddle of blood underneath the bed, which seeped out of the foundation to the outside of the house. We all saw that. Even with fewer total wounds, vascular damage alone can be rapidly fatal. Ethan's toxicology was 0.12. He was impaired, but it was lower than the 3 girls. Ethan also had amphetamines in his system. It was 260 mg/ml. This is higher than Xana's, but it lists its presence, not the interpretation, because these can be prescription stimulants. So this value doesn't necessarily mean misuse or intoxication from that. The next one is going to be Xana. Xana's autopsy was conducted November 16th at 10:15 a.m. The cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries. As with Madison, the official cause is sharp force trauma. Unlike Maddie, there are extensive additional injuries noted. The other injuries are abrasions and contusions of the head, torso, and extremities. These are scrapes and bruises indicating physical struggle or forceful contact between stabbing alone. 23 stab incised wounds to the scalp, face, and neck. Very high number of sharp force injuries to critical areas, comparable in severity to Kaylee's head and neck involvement. Stab wounds to the chest, penetrating injuries involving vital organs. 4 stab wounds to the abdomen. 3 incised puncture wounds to the back. Back wounds can occur during movement, turning, or loss of balance. 25 incised wounds to the upper extremities. This is extremely significant. This is the highest number of any arm or hand injuries among the victims. It's strongly consistent with defensive or resistant related injuries. 5 incised wounds to the lower extremities. That suggests continued movement or struggle extending beyond the upper body. Punctures to the outside table of the skull. Confirms forceful contact with bone. Perforations of the jugular vein, heart, lung, and pulmonary vessels. The jugular vein is rapid blood loss. The heart is immediately life-threatening. And the lung and pulmonary vessels cause impaired breathing and hemorrhage. These injuries alone would be rapidly fatal, which could explain why they didn't hear anything. I don't know. There was hemorrhaging in the chest cavities, which confirms massive internal bleeding. Wounds extending into the bones of the right hand. Indicates direct force to the hand. Strong evidence of active defense. The bone involvement shows the intensity of the force used. Scrapes and bruises on face, torso, and extremities. Reinforces the evidence of the physical struggle. Xana's toxicology, her blood alcohol concentration was 0.22. Her amphetamine level was 12 ng, consistent with therapeutic or stimulant presence. Other findings. Abundant bloody mucoid material in airways. Patchy hemoaspiration in lungs. That indicates blood was inhaled, and it confirms that the victim was breathing during part of the injury process. But it does not confirm the duration or consciousness, just perimortem respiration. And that's it for that. Horrible. It's absolutely horrible. I can't even comprehend what I just read, to be honest with you. Ugh. It's tough to read. All right, so I am going to pull up the first video we're going to watch. We're going to kind of change it up a little bit here. That was pretty heavy. Yeah, she fought pretty hard.
Newly unsealed documents in Brian Kohberger's case may be giving us a clue as to why prosecutors were eager to make a deal with the accused murderer. Kohberger's team planned to argue a major piece of evidence was...
This is a really good breakdown, and we're going to watch this together.
...planted. Could it have created reasonable doubt? We'll discuss. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix. Being online is just part of life. Paulette Sutton planned to testify. The significant...
Okay,
now
here we
I
go.
share this information with you so you can understand what this jury was going to hear from prosecutors at trial and what Kohberger's defense was going to present. It may have turned into a battle of the experts. The defense was going to call expert Dr. Brent Turvey to offer his expert opinion on a number of things related to the crime scene. And given my coverage of this case, some of his opinions are kind of surprising to me, while others are not, given what we know about the defense's claims. First up, Dr. Turvey was going to testify that the bodies of Maddie and Kaylee were posed, since he said that Kaylee's body appeared to have moved, and so did Maddie's left leg. But the state planned to call Paulette Sutton, an expert, to rebut Turvey's testimony. Sutton planned to testify that posing would be an intentional act and possible, but it wouldn't be the only explanation for why their bodies could have moved. Now, one thing Koberger's defense repeatedly pointed to was a lack of blood found in his white Hyundai Elantra and his apartment. CSIs took apart that white Elantra and didn't find one speck of blood belonging to the victims in that vehicle. The prosecution said Koberger's background in criminology equipped him with the know-how to keep from contaminating a crime scene and how to clean up afterward. Paulette Sutton planned to testify the significance of the lack of secondary transfer in a vehicle purportedly used when leaving the scene must take into consideration what is applicable to the particular scene in question.
Is she, Diana?
One must consider first that there was a limited amount of secondary transfer within the scene itself, which is attributable to someone other than Mogan, Goncalves, Kernodle, or Chapin. An assailant can easily remove protective clothing and shoe covers or place unstained coverings over stained clothing or shoes before they contact their vehicle or residence. Cleaning or wiping off excess blood before making contact with secondary surfaces is also possible. Now, it's terrible to talk about, but there was blood from Kaylee and Maddie found dripped around the house, and Ethan too.
Okay, so this is one of the things I wanted to talk about. So you guys are saying they're saying rather that these were diluted. These are the diluted stains.
This photo shows the handrail going from the third floor where Kaylee and Maddie's bedrooms were located to the second floor. The report says that there were blood transfer stains on the handrail and they tested positive for Maddie's DNA. There are other blood stains going down those stairs and on the wall. They are marked stain K and stain J in the reports. In the living room,
okay, let's
stairs
go
and
back.
on the wall, positive for Maddie's DNA. Stain J in the reports. In the living room on the half wall, above the stairs leading to the front door.
Yeah, this is perplexing to me. How in the Sam hell did that blood get on this side of the railing, y'all? How?
The report says that there is a transfer stain of blood belonging to Ethan Chapin.
Ethan's blood. Could it have been from Hunter? Could that have been from Hunter? Didn't Hunter go in there and check Ethan? Didn't he touch them? This can't be cast off from above. From above what, though? That doesn't make sense.
Going down those stairs and on the wall, they are marked stain K and stain J in the reports. In the living room on the half wall, above the stairs leading to the front door, the report says that there is a transfer stain of blood belonging to Ethan Chapin. The report notes there's no evidence that Ethan was ever out of Xana's bedroom after he was stabbed. On the same half wall near the beer pong table, the report says after he was
I get there being stains on this side, but on the other side, going downstairs to the front door, how did it get on the other side of this lip? That don't make sense to me. These I understand. This going down to the front door, I don't understand how it got over here. You would have to be on this side. This is Ethan's blood, though. Ethan and Xana were attacked, and then he left. How did it get there? Could he have grabbed the railing and looked down? Yeah, but cast off isn't going to go boom, boom. It's not a boomerang. You know what I mean? I don't know. It could be Hunter, though.
report says that there is a transfer stain of blood belonging to Ethan Chapin.
It's not cast off. It's transfer, which means that it transferred. Cast off is different than transfer. Transfer came from something to the banister. Maybe Hunter leaned over talking to the girls. I don't know. Yeah, they touched it.
The report notes there's no evidence that Ethan was ever out of Xana's bedroom after he was stabbed. On the same
Maybe he was looking downstairs. That could be.
half wall near the beer pong table, the report says there are cast-off bloodstains with
See, these are cast off, and I picture him chasing Xana and swinging at her. That's what I picture.
Kaylee being the major DNA contributor and Maddie being a minor contributor. Cast off, the report notes, happens when blood is released from a bloody object being in motion. Koberger's lawyers plan to call Dr. Turvey to testify that there was no way that one person could have carried out the murders in such a short span of time, about 12 minutes.
I do too, KM.
Dr. Turvey said
KM says, I think Xana was injured before she even made it to her room. I do too. But all of the blood is Kaylee and Maddie's. It's not hers.
assailants likely carried out these murders. Dr. Turvey wrote, "It is not reasonable to think that Ethan would have remained in his bed after waking up or being awake while Xana was being attacked in front of him. This evidence and context begin to suggest the existence of a second attacker." Turvey continued, "At least 2 suspects were involved in this attack. This is indicated by the fact that multiple weapons were used against Kaylee, that multiple types of lethal force were used against Kaylee, and that Ethan and Xana appear to have been attacked at the same time."
See, that's bullshit. I don't think that they could know that at all. This is the defense's expert, Turvey. Topsy-turvy.
Is inconsistent with the state's theory that these crimes were committed solely by one individual. Paulette Sutton commented in response, "There is evidence that Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were in close proximity to each other at some point after the assault began."
All right, this is the part that Vogue was talking about. There's evidence that Ethan and Xana were in close proximity to each other at some point after the assault began, as evidenced by the finding of Kernodle's blood and DNA under the fingernails of Ethan's right hand, and the finding of Chapin's blood and DNA under the fingernails of both of Xana's hands. One assailant could contain 2 people in close proximity to each other, especially if the assailant is armed. Hey, Steven, what's up?
As evidenced by the finding of Kernodle's blood and DNA under the fingernails of Ethan Chapin's right hand, and the finding of Chapin's blood and DNA under the fingernails of both Xana Kernodle's hands, one assailant could contain 2 people in close proximity to each other, especially if the assailant is armed. A single perpetrator can certainly use more than one weapon and can use multiple types of lethal force. Now to the knife sheath, the major piece of evidence that connected Brian Koberger with his DNA on the leather strap to the crime scene. That sheath was found partially under
So we went over this earlier, right? And we all believed that it was under this on the underside of the snap. It's so crazy to me that it's actually the strap. I don't know why I find that to be weird, but it was just like such a big deal was made that Othram could get this little tiny bit on the underside of this snap. Like, it was just so, for years, that's all we heard about. That was what caught him. And now we find out it was on the strap, not the snap. It's just kind of wild to me.
Mogan's leg and her comforter. Well, Dr. Turvey was going to testify for the defense that the sheath, in his opinion, was planted. Turvey reports that the knife sheath was staged for the following reasons. Crime scene staging refers to an attempt to confuse or misdirect a law enforcement investigation by altering, fabricating, or planting evidence in relation to a crime scene. In the present case, a K-bar knife sheath was discovered in the crime scene by law enforcement. Evidence of staging with respect to
this is Turvey, their expert.
This item of evidence is as follows. The sheath was found precariously placed just slightly under the body of Madison Mogan and partially covered by the comforter that was placed atop the midsection of her body by the suspects. It could not have fallen accidentally into this location. The state had Paulette Sutton ready to testify to the contrary. The sheath could have become trapped under Madison Mogan's body when she moved her left leg out of the bed. If she were hurriedly moving her left leg, she would not have taken time to move the comforter. in which case the sheath would be trapped between the comforter and the bed. So to really dig into this idea of staging of the sheath at the crime scene that Dr. Brent Turvey was going to testify to had there been a trial, I want to bring in Dr. Laura Petler. She is a criminologist and actually studied Brent Turvey's work. Dr. Petler, I'm so excited to have you on. Thank you for coming on. Your thoughts on this first point that Dr. Turvey brought.
Okay, I don't want to watch that. That is not even the one I thought I was watching. But we got a couple more here.
Thousands of crime scene photos are released from the home on King Road, where 4 University of Idaho students were brutally, were injured. You pulled many of these photos. I'm going to show them to you and why I think they're important to the investigation. While there are other photos that are simply just too graphic to share, there is a lot of blood in many of them, and they're absolutely heartbreaking. We're not going to show those photos with you. I can tell you that what you can see in Xana Kernodle's bedroom shows just how hard she fought to save her life. We know that she suffered more than 50 stab and slash wounds. Her bedroom looks like something out of a horror movie. Ethan Chapin, as we've told you, was killed in his sleep, and he was in her bedroom as well. The house on King Road is where best friends Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Goncalves were stabbed to death in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. Maddie and Kaylee were sleeping in the same bed in Maddie's bedroom on the 3rd floor. As I mentioned, Xana and her boyfriend Ethan were killed in her bedroom on the 2nd floor.
The Dr. Turvey is the defense's expert. I mean, they're all paid experts. Look at what we found out about Dr. John Mathias, how he goes easy on pedos. Money, money, money talks.
Roommates who lived in the house, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, survived and were not harmed. By now, you know that Brian Koberger, a Washington State criminology PhD student, pleaded guilty to committing these murders and was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences for the crimes last summer.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied?
I wish his mother would have had to get on the stand, Higgins. I think that's why he pled guilty. I think that's why he pled guilty.
With the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to
Saving
your
mama.
satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Brian Koberger is spending his days at Idaho's maximum security institution. And despite Koberger's guilty plea, he has supporters who believe he simply pleaded guilty to spare his own life, and they believe he is innocent. So let's go back to the very beginning as we go through this latest batch of crime scene photos. Just before noon on November 13th, 2022, roommates of the 4 students called 911 and Moscow police responded.
Yep. Where's she at? Where's she at? Where at? Up here? Up here. Okay. You got to call from them. That's someone, normal. And I just came to check in there and you guys. And I checked with you to agree with you. And I didn't check her yet, but I'm pretty 13. Okay, get back.
I think they all knew, guys. Both.
1370. Okay, stay back there, please.
I mean, now we know, watching this, we know what they walked into. That's what I'm thinking, that it was Hunter maybe leaning over because he did check for a pulse. Thanks, short
Slow down.
cake.
Just come here. There's 2. Looks like your daddy's.
I heard her scream, and she ran upstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared.
Sorry, it was so low.
And I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. And I kept calling her.
Wait a minute. I haven't gone through all the photos yet. Is there photos of the upstairs bathroom? Because she said she heard somebody in the bathroom specifically. What do you think of the sisters' drastic change in appearance? I don't know. That family, I can't make heads or tails of them people.
Her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black and like this mask that was just covering his forehead and his mouth.
The crime scene photos show the front entryway at the front door of the house on King Road. Roommate Bethany Funk's bedroom is on that first floor. That is where she and Dylan spent the night after Dylan said she saw a man in all black walking through the house and heard Kaylee say, "Someone's here." The bed is small and it's disheveled, unmade, as the girls went outside after calling their friends to come over to check out the house and call 911 when they couldn't reach their roommates. They also show the staircase that leads to the second floor. That set of stairs leads to the living room area where there's a large sectional couch. There's also...
Deetra, didn't Molly say she saw someone in the bathroom too? She claimed that she saw someone in the third floor bathroom, which would be up by Maddie's room. But I don't know if she's mistaken.
a beer pong table in the living room area. Then there's the kitchen off of the living room. It appears that the kitchen was processed very thoroughly. You can see blue all over the place on the counter and on the floor. To the untrained eye, it looks strange, but it's a liquid called Blue Star that crime scene techs spray to detect even small traces of blood at crime scenes. Blue Star claims to reveal blood stains that the naked eye can't see without damaging DNA. Blue Star is a name brand for one product, and it's luminol based. Now, if you follow crime cases, you likely know what luminol is. It reacts with blood and other items, even...
No, she was found in a gray t-shirt and her underwear. She was not nude.
After cleaning. Roommate Dylan Mortensen told police that the masked man in all black left the house through the kitchen's sliding glass door. That door has blue stains all over it, too.
This is really interesting because she brings in Joseph Scott Morgan.
This makes you wonder, was the nearly 8-hour span of time between the time the murders occurred and the 911 call cause for concern among investigators? Were they looking to see whether the crime scene had been cleaned up, or whether the killer could have cleaned up blood and left the scene? Blue Star was used in many, many locations around this house, including outside Dylan Mortensen's bedroom, which is off the living room. A shoe...
So this was interesting to me. This shoe print here, which is in the photos, is the diamond-shaped shoe print they told us about that was in the probable cause affidavit. So I'm wondering why they put this in the probable cause if it wasn't related to Kohberger. You know what I mean? And if you look at this, this is right on the door jamb of Dylan's bedroom. Like, it's like if her door was closed and that person stepped right there, like they are right by her door. And it's hard to really tell like which direction the print is going. Is it going towards the front of the house, or is it going towards going upstairs? You know what I mean? And it's just, it's wild. Like, could someone have been running? Why is there only one? Why is it so close to the door? Did he walk up to her door and try to open it? There's no sign of cleanup, though. That's what they're looking for with all this blue stuff in the kitchen and shit. Because you're going to clean up where there's water.
Print, later described as a van shoe print, was discovered outside of her door. It was mentioned in the initial probable cause statement, but then we really never heard about it again. It was suggested it could have been the killer's footprint. Blue Star was also used on the handrail that leads from the second floor to the ground floor in an effort to look for blood that can't be seen by the naked eye. Now, if you followed this case closely, you are familiar with 2 unknown male DNA profiles that were found in the house on a handrail going from the second floor to the ground floor. Those were never put into CODIS, possibly because of the quality of the samples. Now we're seeing those samples. Those samples have been described as unknown male B and unknown male E. The defense wanted to point to those samples as possible alternate suspects had the trial gone forward. There was also a marker for blood spot A. There were other areas of blood on the handrail that were documented too, one with the tag 41. The photos also document the third floor of the home where Kaylee and Maddie's rooms were.
Hold on, let's go back to those blood stains. These are the unknown stains, guys. Do you think that those could be old? I mean, there's some over here.
Those samples have been
Right here.
described as unknown male B and unknown male E. The defense wanted to point to those samples as possible alternate suspects had the trial gone forward.
I get it's a party house, but why wouldn't they? I don't know. See you later, Pines. Happy Taco Tuesday. And that's in the main area, so that could be from anybody, to be honest. But this one going up to the stairs looks suspicious to me.
Documented too, one with the tag 41. The photos also document the third floor of the home where Kaylee and Maddie's rooms were located. Kaylee's bedroom is untouched, her Idaho sweatshirt hanging over her chair and her bed covers pulled back as she was sleeping in Maddie's room
So Kaylee's sweatshirt was over her chair.
with her. The dog cage for Kaylee's dog Murphy is bed covers pulled back as she was sleeping in Maddie's room with her.
So her covers, it looks like she may have laid down and then got up and went into Maddie's room for some reason. I wish we knew more. Look how her bed covers are
The dog
turned
cage
down.
for Kaylee's dog Murphy is also there. Then the photos move to Maddie's bedroom where she and her best friend Kaylee were. He is also there.
No, it doesn't look like she had moved out at all. It's what I've been saying that since the beginning. I don't know why that was said. It's just so weird to me.
Then the photos move to Maddie's bedroom where she and her best friend Kaylee were stabbed to death as they slept. Kaylee's pink boots were in her windowsill. You could see those from the outside of the home. Photos of the K-bar knife sheath, the USM.
Right. I understand that, Cycle Breaker. Cycle Breaker said, if you cut your finger and get blood on the wall, getting a Band-Aid out of the cabinet, even if you wipe it off, it will show up later. But with investigative tools. But this is to the naked eye. We just saw them, you know.
See symbol side down on the bed are also included. The sheath had been described in court documents as being next to Maddie's leg and partially under the comforter. The handle portion of the sheath is hanging off of the bed in one photo. How the sheath was left there and why has been a lingering question. Was it dropped there in a frenzy and forgotten? Or was it left there on purpose? Only one person really knows for sure. Supporters of Bryan Kohberger suggested it was planted. Testing of the leather strap at the crime lab revealed an unknown male's DNA on that strap. It was eventually tracked back to Bryan Kohberger by the FBI using genetic genealogy. A mixture of Kaylee and Maddie's DNA was found on the back of the sheath, along with an unknown male's DNA. So I want to bring in Joseph Scott Morgan, the host of Body Bags, the hit podcast, also a forensic death investigator, a retired one and a very good one.
Okay, this is really interesting, you guys. Pay attention.
And at that. So, Joseph, I want your first reactions upon looking through these crime scene photos, the latest batch, almost 2,800 of them.
Yeah, well, it's something I got to be honest with you, Jeanette, it's something I didn't expect to see. I thought that we had, kind of moved on. I don't guess I should be surprised, but here we are. And we have to engage and talk about this because I think the first thing that struck me was the sheer volume that was released. And some of the stuff is benign. It's stuff that we do at crime scenes, kind of orientation shots, because, to show negatives, it's just as important to show positives. An absence of something is just as significant as the presence of something. Okay. So there's a lot of stuff in there like that. However, when it gets down to brass tacks, you see the extent to which the crime scene investigators went at the scene, because to say that there is to say there's a copious amount of Blue Star application here is an understatement. They used it.
Okay, so he's saying this is like way more than usual. So he's going to say, I think, looking for signs of cleanup, smudges, wiping. any signs of blood. And if there was no blood around the sinks and they didn't see any cleanup, you know what I mean? Signs of cleanup.
And I understand why they're using it. And they're trying to pick up on the most minute evidence of blood that's there in that environment, that was contained there in that house that all four of these people shared, just to identify. Because, you know, there's certain times we walk into scenes and you look around, and there's certain things, we use a term in science called viewing something with the unaided eye. And there's, you know, within our spectrum, we cannot pick up on it. So you need this illumination. And Blue Star, though it varies from luminol, it's the same purpose. It's interacting with the iron in our blood. Everybody knows, you know, they tell you, you know, you need iron in your system for your blood, right? So iron is contained in the hemoglobin. And so what happens is when Blue Star is actually applied to an area, say for instance, even the thing that you can't see will suddenly pop. And you can see that in a couple of
So this right here is a bloody footprint. Party house or not, no one should have blood on the bottom of their shoes to leave this definitive of a mark. That's weird. That's weird. Now, could it be animal blood? I mean, does it have to be human blood? Hemoglobin is hemoglobin, right? I mean, I'm no blood expert.
Couple of shots here where you have the application of Blue Star, and then all of a sudden, standing out within that kind of array, you'll see these kind of hyper white areas. Well, that means there's blood there. Okay. And the photos that we're viewing right now, you know, indicate that there is a presence of blood. And it paints a rather ghastly picture.
I want to ask you specifically about the kitchen area. We have Blue Star being used in large quantities in the kitchen area and along the slider door. And I look at that and it almost looks like they just splashed it all over the place. Is that because they're looking potentially at the possibility that there was a crime scene cleanup here? I mean, you go into a crime scene, you don't know what you've got. You know what your witnesses have told you.
Yeah.
Are they looking to see, like, because of the length of time between the 911 call being placed and then when the roommates said these homicides likely happened at, you know, just after 4 a.m.? Are they just covering all of
Maria, that's right. Maria said Dylan's, that's right. They all took naps. So maybe that's why her bed was turned down.
their bases and thinking, was there possibly a cleanup here?
Yeah, bingo. Do you want to sign up for our Crime Scene Investigator Academy? Because you're right on target.
I've covered a few of these.
Yeah, you have. Okay, so the idea is the old adage, you cast a wide net, you catch a lot of fish.
Yeah.
And to your supposition here about the sink area, that would be a prime spot to go and clean up. Okay, and so that's what they're doing here. They're just looking for any evidence of this reactant with the hemoglobin that might be there. Now, people need to understand this and be very, I want to be very.
Hey, Rosie from Nottinghamshire, England. We love our shires. Okay, listen closely now.
Be there. Now, people need to understand this and be very, I want to be very clear on this. Just because you find blood at a scene, you have to be very careful because that blood is not necessarily associated with a terminal event, okay? I mean, you can have blood deposition for any number of reasons. Guys cut themselves shaving, people scrape their knees. You've got 3 women here that might have menses. There's any number, and I've seen it all. I've seen the array of it. And so this, merely what you're doing is you're qualifying. You're not quantifying. You're qualifying the idea that, yes, in fact, there is blood there. So if you're going to the sink in particular and around that area, one of the things you're thinking about is that, yeah, this would be a prime spot. And one more thing, a clue that you gave away just a second ago, it's adjacent to the sliders, right? This is like the you're thinking and a lot of people did this, over the course of these many years that we've covered this case. People are speculating, egress, points of egress, and, trying to remove yourself from that location. Well, the last thing that maybe a perpetrator would want to do is clean their hands before they leave, or clean an instrument or something like that, and then hop out the door. That's significant. But I got to tell you, just reviewing the images right now, I see as I had mentioned, a copious amount of of Blue Star being applied at the sink. But those little white, those kind of hyper white little dots. And again, I've got a very limited view here from what we have. I don't see that presentation here.
Interesting. On the hand railing, going downstairs, and when I say that, I mean toward the front door.
Yeah.
A lot has been made about 2 unknown male DNA samples. A lot of people, including Brian Koberger's defense, have pointed to these unknown DNA samples. It sounds like they were degraded. They were never put into CODIS. We now have photographs of those samples, like B and E. The defense wanted to point to those as potential alternate suspects. It was very strange how we never got any answers about those profiles. It sounded like they were degraded. And they didn't believe they were related to the crime scene. We're now seeing that these were small spots.
Very
Even
small,
Ann Taylor described them as small spots, and they are not in the actual areas of the bedrooms.
Yeah.
In your experience, I mean, is that much ado about nothing? Because people are still talking about that and thinking, oh my God, this points to more than one killer. Or
no. I don't. No, I don't think that it's much ado about nothing. Everything should be considered at a crime scene. Okay. However, you talked about, kind of the degrading here. And if you're doing a visual assessment of blood, I'm not saying that it's perfect, but you can pick up on aged blood as opposed to fresher sample of blood. Aged blood is many times dried out. Of course, there's environmental factors that play into all of this, but aged blood is it's darker. Sometimes it's very flaky, that sort of thing. And how it's identified, did they identify it as a result of an application of Blue Star? Is this something that somebody, because you're going down, I'll give, for instance, if I were working the crime scene and handrail, because that's an area of support, right? So you're walking down, you're kind of holding yourself at that point. Well, that's point of contact. That's something I'm going to have a hand lens out at the crime scene, and I'm going to go over every surface, just visually inspecting it, running down the handrail, all points of potential contact. And also, I would have to look on steps to see if there are any droplets that kind of communicate, relative to the position, say, of a blood droplet on a handrail. Is there anything else down below? Because gravity is an effect here. I think that people are right to ask those questions. Defense is right to ask those questions, or at least put that forward. But the sample itself apparently is in such a state that it just wouldn't marry up with the timeline, I think. And that's a big problem, particularly when you and I are sitting here, we're now seeing these images of, let's face it, as horrible as this is, it's fresh. Okay. It's fresh deposition at that point in time. And those two things don't necessarily correlate.
Well, we're all hoping to get more answers when some more of the court documents are unsealed, answers about the DNA aspect of this.
Yes.
Let's talk now about the sheath.
Cycle breaker, that's really a true story. The degraded blood on a handrail could have been from a hangnail for all we know. A house full of young women, there's going to be blood. I think he's going to go more into that too.
Sheath. We're now seeing the sheath. We had seen it before in the crime lab. There's barely any blood on it. In the room, I don't want to be gruesome, but the room had a lot of blood on the bed, of course, and other parts of the room. But the sheath, we're now seeing it on the bed physically. What are your thoughts about just being a few specks of blood, and then there's like an unknown male contributor on the back of the sheath of DNA, and apparently it didn't have it wasn't like a high quality sample, and then we have Koberger's DNA on the strap of the sheath. When you look at the DNA notes, it says it's on the strap. They swabbed the strap. So what are your thoughts on seeing those actual photographs of the sheath on the bed?
Okay, I'm going to frame this in this manner. If it's context, I think, for the first time, and now I'm talking just kind of like as a human here, not as a crime scene person, forensics person. For the first time, we see it in context.
He's got some hella hair, doesn't he?
We see it positioned on the bed beneath her leg, and it is face down. So when I say face down, like we've commonly seen the sheath, when you look at the front side of it, you can see, emblazoned with the USMC on it. We now see it wedged, okay, at the scene. And it really puts things into perspective, And so when I consider this, putting back my forensic hat now, when I see this, one word that comes to mind is a term that we use in forensics, and that's called pristine. Pristine doesn't mean, in our context, perfect. Okay, it means in its natural occurring state. And early on, but I don't know, within 2 or 3 days, when I was first asked this question about the sheath or about the knife, I asked early on, was there sheath left behind? And lo and behold, a couple of days later, we found out that there was. Okay. We didn't really know what the status of it was. And I began to think, why would some person leave a sheath behind? And I have a myriad of reasons why I think that occurred. But the one thing that I can take away from this, going back to what you had said about how much blood is contained in all those other spaces, the sheath bears evidence of the fact that this is something that happened prior to, the unsheathing of the knife. Now, I know that seems rather obvious, but it's not like they went back, the perpetrator went back and put their hands on the sheath after the actual event. This is a one-off where you draw this thing and then you drop it. And you're in such a frenzy. And there's a number of reasons why this individual would have been in a frenzy. And you forget about it. You just leave it behind. And any of those kind of ancillary droplets that are on there, I think that probably arose in the heat of the moment. I mean, look, Anjanette, let's face it. This sheath is immediately adjacent to this young woman who's been butchered. Okay. So it's not surprising that you would find, kind of a satellite deposition there, I think. But it was just left there. And that goes, I think, I'm no profiler, but it goes to this idea that the mindset that this person was in when they were attacked, they were in attack mode.
That's a really good point, Cycle Breaker. When Nita Neary ran into Bundy leaving the Chi Omega house, she thought he was carrying an umbrella. We know that it was a log. It's crazy what the brain can perceive. Very true. And Dylan went on about the cylinder, the cylinder-shaped thing he was carrying. It was like a triangle. What in the world could that be?
And you can extrapolate a lot from that. I think it's probably a sexual frenzy. They forgot because they're so into this moment in time with the butchery that's going on, and also added that this individual may have been surprised not knowing that there was not just a single occupant in the room. You got two.
There could have been two, and then Xana.
And then you go downstairs and you're not thinking, not you, the universal you, the person's not thinking about, oh my gosh, I left something behind, something critical, like a sheath. Still for the life of me, I haven't understood why an individual would not have that belted on them, because that sheath has got such a robust belt loop on it. If anybody has not seen it, take notice of it. You go to all of this trouble to glove up, potentially to wear a coverall. And, the coveralls that we believe that were being worn didn't have belt loops. And, it's kind of in this whole grand scheme of all of this from an evidentiary standpoint, that's kind of the Achilles heel here for the perpetrator, right? The one thing that would facilitate this homicide and maybe have stretched it out even further as far as checking who this was, because that's that one kernel that's planted, relative to the DNA, where you can go out and now you begin to build out this genetic genealogy profile based upon that. And it was left behind. It was critical error. I'm not saying that he never would have been caught. It would have been more of an uphill push, though.
It would have been far
So he seems to think he didn't leave it on purpose.
more difficult to file charges in this case. It would have taken much longer without the DNA, for sure. Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much.
All right. I always love hearing his analysis. He's a hell of a guy. All right. So now we're going to go to Nancy last night.
What in the hay? Haven't the victims' families been through?
Oh my God. She was such a bitch last night. Okay. So she brings in the Goncalves family. We're going to fast forward to that. But she is really bitchy about Brian Kohberger's sister. I think that I don't agree with her take on that. She's really nasty about her. Like, you'll hear it. I think that Kohberger's sister has probably been asked 1 billion times for interviews. Thank you for subbing up, Amy. I think she's probably been asked 1 million times, and I think that she was pretty darn respectful in her article. So here you go. Here's Nancy's take on it, though. Here.
I think you've got a Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
You know how she is, though. That's what she does.
And actually broke down and cried looking at these photos. And there is no way in HELL that we're going to go along with leaked photos that just destroy the families. I saw only one probative photo of what was leaked. The rest was just gore. one probative photo that actually.
She's really on one tonight. Okay. I know. I love to hate her. You know what I mean? Like, I can't help but like her. She's been around for a long time. I've followed a lot of cases alongside Nancy back on HLN but she's going on and on about how they're not going to show the photos and blah, blah, blah. And I'm not trying to be mean here. However, we know that that's a business decision, not an emotional decision, Nance. Okay? She's interviewed the Goncalves family. She's got connections to the Goncalves family. And they're not going to fuck that up by showing a few crime scene photos that everybody else is showing. So don't let this woman, shame you into thinking you shouldn't be going over them if you're doing it respectfully, in a respectful fashion, and not adding to the story things that aren't there. You know what I mean?
It meant something that proved something, and that was the location of the knife sheath. Joining me right now, two very special guests, the parents of the beautiful Kaylee Goncalves. Thank you to both of you for being with us. It means so much that at this moment, when you are under siege again, that you take time to be with us tonight. So, thank you. I got so much to talk to you about. Of course, Brian Koberger's sister does a New York Times article whining about how hurt she is and the pain her family's going through. Really? But before I get to her, what about these photos? When did you... Now, this is what we're learning, Christy. We're learning that the Idaho State Police put these on their website and then quickly went ruh-roh and scrubbed the whole thing. They were leaked onto the website. What happened when you first learned these pictures from hell had been released?
Well, actually, one of the Idaho State Police detectives called Olivia and told her that the photos were coming out, and they were a different entity as the other ones were that were underneath the order that the Laramie's and the Chapins won, being able to not show bodies or blood, and these were going to be a little different. The bodies were going to be redacted, but the crime scene was going to be pretty evident. So this entity called Olivia. By the time she got off the phone, she was calling me in a panic and telling me that they were coming out, and they were out. They were already on the website. Olivia is pretty adamant about, viewing things and wants to know what's out there. She doesn't just want to come upon something and be surprised. So somewhere along the line, it was very apparent that there were three pictures that showed the victims that did not get redacted. And it came down. It came down because there were three. But whoever had downloaded those in that time frame before, I don't know how long it was up, have those pictures of actual victims. So it's very sad.
I personally haven't seen those. I mean, I haven't gone through all of them, but I haven't seen any victims. I did see, not in my batch that I have anyways, I did see someone else had one that looked like a victim, but I haven't seen that in mine. And if I did, I wouldn't show them.
This whole thing has turned into a profit-making enterprise. The day before, they told us that because somebody complained that did FOIA requests that the families were getting the photos at the same time, we no longer get the photos. We don't get any of the discovery from these images or anything that's been a FOIA request. They get it first, and then we can get it after them.
Did you see a photo with the students? I'm trying to choose my words carefully, but I don't have another way to say it. Did you see photos, crime scene photos, horrific, bloody crime scene photos with the victims' bodies in the photos? Did you see that?
Unfortunately, yes.
I don't understand
Nancy.
Why they can't ever do the right thing, Steve. They did not take this case to trial. They did not find out the truth. This was a death penalty case. If we're going to have the death penalty, this is it. They took a weak plea. We never learned the whole truth. They wouldn't do the right thing. And now they are buckling under to a FOIA request. But they don't even have the courtesy to give it to you first. Do they pick and choose when to follow the law?
Well, yeah. just to the other family that ever goes through a case like this, just know they're going to lie to you. They're going to tell you in your weakest moment that if you just want to make it go away, just go along with the plea, just go along and all the stuff will go away. And I had legal counsel and they were like, that's not going to go away, Steve. They're just lying to these families, trying to divide them so that they can get at least somebody to agree with what they're doing. And then that's all they need. Even though there's 4 victims and you can get a death penalty for 1, they wanted to break us apart to help their narrative. And we're still dealing with it. We're still
Hi,
dealing with it
Jamie.
right now.
Well, I've got to tell you something, Mr. and Mrs. Goncalves. After my fiance was murdered, of course, I was a witness at the trial. And I remember coming down off the witness stand. I had never been in a courtroom. I didn't know anything about the justice system at all. When I came off the witness stand, it was way high up by the judge's head. I just came down, then there was a landing. Then there were more steps to come down. And I walked out and I looked over and I saw Keith's bloody shirt. And I was just a young girl, but I will never forget that moment. I had not seen it. I didn't know about it. I knew what he was wearing that morning when he left. It was a denim shirt to go to his job at a construction site. But I had not did not see any of the evidence until I saw that, his bloody clothes lying on the counsel table. And that was
Higgins, no. Especially with the WSU lawsuit and all that. No, not anytime soon. I don't think it will settle down. Do you?
one moment has crystallized in my mind after all these years. So I don't know how you can even close your eyes and go to sleep at night after you've seen the crime scene photos that were leaked and then scrubbed on the police site. What did that do to you, Christy?
So, I chose to look very quickly. Unfortunately, sometimes it just gets me. Other times I'm no, but I was like, I got to, and it wasn't, I did not look at a lot. I did not look, for long. I pretty much was out of there like quickly, but it's hard to unsee. And I knew that. I knew it would happen.
What about it, Steve?
I haven't seen very many. On the ones that I've seen are just ones that my family wanted me to comment on if it was as bad as, basically showing that, seeing the victims in body bags, things that they're not entertainment. I mean, they're for investigations. They're and if you're not going to have a trial, you really don't have the same investigation at that point. It's not a need to know. It's not the community, and you're not having a jury. So it's kind of frustrating that we're still doing.
And we get a lot of heat over this because people say you guys are no different. It is very common for crime scene photos to come out. I get that. I understand that. I feel bad for those families that their loved ones are out there and this has happened. But I just feel like times are changing, and what people do with those photos nowadays is what the real problem is. Blow them up on social media and analyze them and talk about them. It's not true crime anymore. It's troll crime. And that's where things are changing, and it has been for quite a while.
They're making a profit off your dead loved ones, and that was going
they're relishing
on.
in it.
Yeah, and that was to a lesser extent before. But
see, and I understand their frustration and where they're coming from. I can see both sides. Because unfortunately, there's a lot of disrespectful fucks out there. And the problem with all these pictures is that there's disrespectful fuckers who will take these and make it something it's not in order to perpetually drag on conspiracy theories for clicks and views. Because people want answers. So they're going to flock to these channels that are seemingly going to give you answers, They're so desperate for answers. But the more pictures that come out, and we got 2,800 of them that they can zoom in on. And I don't feel like she's talking to me in what we just looked at when we went through some of the pictures. I feel like it's the ones that zoom in and make it something it's not. Zoom. Oh my God, they sanded the banister. Like, come on now. Right. There's just, when there's no common sense, they're going to drag it out and out and out and out.
But like your organization isn't showing them, you're not going to get that same kind of professionalism in some of these smaller true crime people.
Yeah.
Amanda, you're right.
I remember years ago on it was my very first book. It was called Objection, and I wrote a chapter called Blood Money, and I was so stunned that people got a hold of Nicole Brown's autopsy photos and were selling them. After I wrote that chapter, Blood Money, I had this cheap little, it was like a $200 laptop. It's like this big that I wrote the book on. When I finished that chapter, I had to look up so many ghoulish examples of what we're talking about right now. I swear I thought the computer had to be hanged, and I destroyed it because I had to write about people buying crime scene photos and scraps from a crime scene that were bloody.
Okay, this woman, she's acting appalled. Okay, she is true crime through and through. Okay, this is just beyond ironic, right? I mean, I get their position. They want everybody to know how this has been fumbled from the beginning. They want everybody to know their position, their thoughts, their feelings, and their opinions. Unfortunately, they have to deal with pundits like Nancy. Is that even a right word? Pundit? Anyway, I just feel like they have a mission, and these, unfortunately, are the people they have to talk to. But this woman went and sat at a table right up in front of the house. Look up Nancy Grace being sued after talking to Melinda Duckett about her missing son, and Melinda Duckett committed suicide. So, Nancy, take a look in the mirror. You're not perfect out there.
And autopsy photos, it's just ghoulish. After you saw that, to both of you, how did that affect you? Because I still think back on that moment.
And I feel like these questions are really exploitive too. Like, it's always how did it make you feel? She doesn't give a damn really about, in my opinion, their message. The more emotion she gets, the more clicks she gets. It's just like in regular TV networks, right? And network ratings. If you didn't get the ratings on a show or on a sitcom, then you were scrapped. Bye. It's the same for this. You know? It's the same for this.
Saw a bloody shirt.
I'm not sure if I've really been able to wrap my mind around it, honestly. I don't believe you've actually looked at them on your own. I showed Steve one, and it was one of the less graphic ones. And he was like, yeah. So unfortunately, I went there. And I deeply regret it. I knew I would.
I've got to tell you something I learned, the hard way. I'm very curious by nature, but when it comes to my fiance's murder, I've learned to
Amanda, right?
Control my curiosity, because I don't want any more nightmares or any more night terrors or sleepwalking or crying jags than I've already had. So I just, please know, you are in our thoughts and our prayers throughout this whole ordeal. And to put it up and then scrub it shows a certain degree of knowledge that you did the wrong thing. I want to talk to you now about another Kohberger-related incident. Listen.
Now, Kohberger's sister.
Okay, I have no idea who this lady is. Her show's called The Nerve. She gets on my nerves. What's up, Eric Jasper?
Her name, she goes by Mel, spoke to the New York Times. This piece was published on Wednesday, January 7th. The headline, her brother murdered 4 students. Now she's ready to talk. Well, I'm so happy that she now feels ready to tell her story. The readout in the online version says that Mel is going to talk about the Kohberger families, their pain, their confusion. This thing happened the blink of an eye ago. And this piece is such a piece of journalistic malpractice. The interviewer, the guy's name is Mike Baker. He either does not know nor does he care to read in to the details of this case. But instead, we've got crap like this in the New York Times. Feel sorry for me. My brother is a homicidal maniac who snuffed out 4 young lives.
Shut up.
And seemed to enjoy doing it. And it looks like my mom was an accessory after the fact, just my opinion. But hey, we just want to re-enter polite society. Please, won't you help us? And the New York Times says, sure, why not?
Ugh.
That is our friend, Maureen Callahan, from her podcast, The Nerve. And boy, she hit the nail on the head. Really? Mel? is whining to the New York Times and they're printing their puff piece.
She wasn't whining. Can you imagine how many interview requests Mel Koberger has gotten? And look at Steve. He's like, fuck, I don't want to talk about these fuckers. What's up, Texas Ranger? I know she always brings up every episode. What's up, D-Love of God? Jeff H., what you doing? You think it felt like she was in damage control mode? I didn't think it was disrespectful, though. I don't think it was disrespectful of her. I always pause on her eyes. Brent, you love it. That's why you're here, Brent Jonesy.
About her pain and her family's pain. Okay, that's the time to keep your pie hole shut. Right there. I would like your response to Koberger's family whining about their pain.
Well, what do you... Wait a minute. Couldn't the same be said for BTK's daughter? Why did they welcome her with open arms? This is weird. Okay? Is it because she went to CrimeCon? Is that why they accept her? Because they could exploit her? I mean, what is it? What's the difference between BTK's daughter and Brian Koberger's daughter? BTK's daughter writes fucking books and coaches people. She did an article with the New York Times. Who cares? That's effed up, man. That is effed up. What about Asa, Rex Heuermann's wife, doing a whole damn documentary for hundreds of thousands of dollars? She did a damn interview with the New York Times.
I think it's just odd that that's their first time they've chosen to speak out.
It's not odd. There's always a first time to speak out. And why not the New York Times? It was done respectfully. She wasn't on video. I mean, they're damned if they do, and damned if they don't. I don't think his sister denied he did it. Where'd you get that from?
Apparently they stand behind him, whether they believe the truth or.
I don't think she said he didn't do it. I think she just said she still loves him. And that's beyond human nature. I don't think we can judge that.
Or not, but they've never spoken out for his innocence. They've never gone out there and said, my brother's innocent. He didn't do this. He would never do such a thing. But they come out and, say, we're in this terrible situation. Our family is hurting and whatnot. And I don't doubt that their family is having some sort of confusion, pain. I don't. I'm sure that they are.
It doesn't even compare.
I mean, to say I can't believe my brother would do this is probably a pretty honest thought. I couldn't imagine my brother doing this. So is she damned for being honest? I mean, I don't know what their knowledge was or wasn't.
But it does not compare at all. They could still talk to him. They could write to him. They could go visit him. He's still breathing.
My kids would be, if one of my kids did something like this, they would be dead to our family. We would not be supporting them, that we would not be. I tell all my kids, if you do something that.
So, I mean, I'm not going to say he would or wouldn't. He's saying that he would, his kids would be dead to him if they did something like this. But they're also coming from a whole different perspective.
Atrocious. Even like something like that where you overly go over somebody else as well. You're done. This family, we would never put up with that. And we're talking about an individual who's got like $30,000. So you gotta stand up and say the person's wrong and then remove your support. Otherwise, you're condoning what he did and you're embracing it and you're rewarding him for that behavior. And that's why society has people like this. And we will continue to have people like this because we haven't just cut the rope and said, you're done. You're dead. You're dead. Even though you're alive, you're dead to us.
it's hard to put ourselves in their shoes because a lot of people think that they can put themselves in our shoes and speak on behalf of how they would act, or they wouldn't have done what we did, or they would have done this and that and this and that. And until you're in these shoes, it's hard to really say what you're going to do. We think we know what we would do if the tables were reversed. So it is hard to actually know for sure. That's just our opinion of how we feel as a family.
Hey guys, Goncalves.
Jesus, why'd she cut in like that? That tripped me out. I was like, what? Who is that? Is that someone behind me? No one knows. Like, you know, it's just they're in a horrible situation.
You're sitting down, you may need to lay down. Quotes from Melissa Koberger from the New York Times. Brace yourself. I've always been a person who has spoken up for what was right. Okay, just right there. Screeching, stop. If I ever had a reason to believe my brother did anything, I would have turned him in. Okay? It's confusing, it's painful, it's like being victimized, but not really being a victim. Okay? You're not a victim.
Okay, she just said she wasn't, Nancy. Why are they doing this to her? I mean, I really have to ask myself, why is she doing this to Melissa Koberger? She says it's confusing. It's painful. It's like being victimized, but not really being a victim.
Not a victim, Melissa Koberger. The idea is making me so emotional, I can barely speak to you about it. It's human nature to be curious about darker things. That's how we keep ourselves safe. I think we should try to come together for a true crime culture. What? Come together for a true crime culture? Now, wait. We're all so proud of him.
Yeah, because they want to get this right, A. Higgins. She stopped Christy mid-sentence and then insert the sister. Clicks in emotion. It's horrible to see this happen to them. I hate it.
Because he had overcome so much. It was a heart surrounded by vibrant colors that I had drawn for Brian, even if I could not be there in person.
I mean, these are all taken so out of context. Like, she just moves into it was a heart. Like, no context to it. She doesn't even finish this one. Listen again.
What? Come together for a true crime culture? Now, wait. We're all so proud of him because he had overcome so much. It was a heart surrounded by vibrant... all so proud of...
She leaves out, he was still socially awkward and could be abrasive, is what she said.
Him because he had overcome so much. It was a heart surrounded by vibrant colors that I had drawn for Brian, even if I could not be there in person. Okay, I stand up for what is right. She actually said that, Christy. She said that.
Yeah, I find it very hard to believe that she doesn't know the truth unless in that situation.
See, and she's manipulating them into thinking that Mel Koberger is against them. Excuse me. Hey, what's up, Dr. Ivana? Good to see you. Nancy Grace got too big for her britches. I think she just has too much competition. She ain't used to competition. Back in the day, she was it. She had her time slot, 8 p.m., whatever it was. No one else was doing true crime. Now she's got tons of competition. Tons. I mean, Nancy Grace doesn't even have 1 million subscribers on YouTube yet for being Nancy. And Banfield is growing by leaps and bounds. You know, and Nancy is heavily involved in CrimeCon and just right when she reported on Delphi, it was the same thing. It's crazy that she's not showing that compassion. It's just wild to me.
Situation that they are in, they just have a mental block that will not allow them to accept what he did.
She said in her own words, Brian, you're out at like 1, 2, and 3 in the morning.
Be careful running.
So if you know your brother's out, he has the same car, you got a shared family Amazon account, you're seeing he has the weapon. So now he has the weapon, the car, and he's...
Okay, so this was important to me. Let's break this down, okay? So you know your brother's out because you're telling him to be careful out jogging. You know he has the same kind of car. I mean, this is a fair argument. However, does he know for a fact that Mel Koberger was using the Amazon account and saw a knife purchase in the history. Like, I would need to know that she knew that. This just aired last night, Texas Ranger. Just last night. But I would need to know that for sure. You know what I mean? It just seems like that's kind of putting something there that she may not have been aware of. That's all.
Morning.
Be careful running.
So if you know your brother's out, he has the same car, you got a shared family Amazon account, you're seeing he has the weapon. So now he has the weapon, the car, and he's out around that time.
And he lives close.
Yeah, he's less than 10 miles away. Don't tell me you didn't know or you didn't think that he was a suspect. Or why didn't you tell him to go turn his car?
According to her, the family knew nothing. Listen.
Koberger's sister Mel saying her family had no idea her brother was a killer and reached out to warn him to be careful after the murders. Finally speaking out, she wants to talk about growing up with the killer.
Well, I think that in her interview, she did say something about the year of the car being wrong. I think that there were some thoughts there, but the police had wrong information as well. Yes, she did. She said that BK's mom prays for the victims every day. She said she put the victims' birthdays in her phone, so she never forgets them.
No one wants to hear about growing up with Brian Koberger, but this does not bode well for her mental health care career if she lived with a psycho killer her whole life and didn't notice anything was wrong. Okay, joining me right now, Dr.
Really? Are you going to say that same thing to Dr. Catherine Ramsland, who taught him how to contain all the crime scene that he did and didn't pick up on one mother effing thing, right? Right? But Melissa Koberger, who's a married, like, family counselor, was supposed to predict this, huh? No, that's evil to say. That's evil to say. Because I would say Catherine Ramsland holds responsibility then. Stop it.
For her mental health care career if she lived with a psycho killer her whole life and didn't notice anything was wrong. Okay, joining me right now, Dr. Bethany Marshall. She's a renowned psychologist out of the LA jurisdiction, author of Deal Breakers. You can see her on Peacock. And
terrible. I'm skipping this woman because I absolutely can't stand her. However, I didn't see these two pictures. Watch.
But Brian Koberger did not pretend he was sane.
She's like, who cares what it was like to grow up with Brian Koberger? We do. We kind of want to know what he grew up like. This picture is so weird. What is that photo behind him? I can't make it out. I see flowers. God, he's goofy.
It was apparent to everybody around him, why not Mel? And the thing about Melissa, in order to be a therapist, you have to have profound empathy for others.
Oh,
in
my
her
God.
interview, she expresses no empathy for the family.
No empathy? This lady. Oh my God. You guys, why is everything becoming so transparent? Are these people just becoming more brash? Or are we just picking up on it more? Because this woman just lied out of her teeth. Lady, did you read the article? Because I did. I read the article. I think expressing that your family prays for the victims is empathy. I mean, who is this lady to say that? They want this girl to never get a job in her career again. This is sabotaging her career. It's crazy.
For others. In her interview, she expresses no empathy for the families of the victims.
well, even giving the interview about her pain and her family's pain. Okay, one thing before the Goncalves leave us tonight, I want to speak to them about what this woman just said, Koberger's sister.
See how they keep bringing them back to Koberger's sister? Oh my God, I feel so bad for them, dude. Like they want to talk, they want to get the word out, but they have to talk to people like this.
Family had no idea. But let me lay something out for you, and then I will explore it more in depth with the rest of our panel. The phone records tell a very different story, Mr. and Mrs. Goncalves, and I'm sure you already know this. But for those that don't, for the phone records, the murders of 4 beautiful students, including Kaylee Goncalves, occurred between 4:05 and 4:20 a.m. Koberger turns his phone off between 2:30 and 4:30 a.m. He turns the phone back on his way from the crime scene back to his apartment in Pullman, 4:45 to 5 a.m. He immediately starts calling his mother around 6 a.m. Now he's just turned his phone back on, starts calling his mother over and over and over and over obsessively. She doesn't pick up. Maybe she's sleeping. Then in a fit of...
Okay, let's go over her timeline here. This is interesting timeline. So he turned off his phone. He turned it back on at 4:48. At 6:13, he called his mom. 6:14, he called his dad. And remember, we heard he said, "Father, why isn't mother answering?" "6:17, called mother for 36 minutes. 8:03, called mother for 54 minutes, driving near the crime scene. 9 a.m., called mother, lasted 9 minutes. 4:05 p.m., called mother, lasted 2 minutes. 5:53 p.m., called mother, lasted 96 minutes. That's a lot of calls to mother in that 24 hours.
And over obsessively. She doesn't pick up. Maybe she's sleeping. Then, in a fit of anger, he calls his father and says, "Why won't she pick up the phone?"
Do you hear this? Actually, the transcript, I think, said, "Father, why isn't mother picking up the phone?" Listen to her.
Father. And says, "Why won't she pick up the phone?" He calls his father and says, "Why won't she pick up the phone?" Well, she picks up the phone quickly after that, 6:17, calls mom on a phone call that lasts 36 minutes. 8:03, he is now driving back to the crime scene to view his handiwork. This is very common amongst criminals. They return to the crime scene, don't know why. Why does a dog make a circle 3 times before it sits down? Don't know, but they do.
What?
I think you've got a Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
She has the greatest sayings.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Unleash the lawyers.
All right, I'm going to have to add this one to my Nancy, I think. Hold on.
Scene to view his handiwork. This is very common amongst criminals. They return to the crime scene, don't know why. Why does a dog make a circle 3 times before it sits down? Don't know, but they do.
She's fucking crazy.
Don't know why. Why does it his handiwork? This is very common amongst criminals. They return to the crime scene, don't know why. Why does a dog make a circle 3 times before it sits down? Don't know, but they do. He calls mommy, speaks nearly an hour driving around the crime scene. Did mom tell him to go back and get that knife sheath? Did she advise him to confess or not to speak? This is just 120 minutes after the murders. And he's on the phone with mommy. 9 a.m. he's...
Well, cycle breakers, we do know that he snuck into his friend's home and snuck up behind his mom.
Back on the phone. What were they talking about?
I'll give you the link to the
5
docs.
phone calls over 3 hours at the time immediately after the murders. To Steve and Christy Goncalves. You want me to believe she knew nothing? And as a sister is saying to the New York Times, we had no idea. Really? What were they talking about? Have you thought about this?
Oh, yeah.
We know more than just that. We know from some of the stuff they pulled from his phone. She sent him links to the story. So
Not that same day, but shortly after.
Yeah, shortly after. So yeah. And we know about they gave the bolo out on the car, and then just within a day or two, they start booking a flight to go get him. And then he wasn't coming back with that car. That whole trip to Pennsylvania was to get rid of evidence, his car, and help him clean it. As soon as he pulled up to the house, Dad jumped out of the car, moved his car out, and put his in the garage. So, yeah, they're...
What do you think of that? As soon as they got there, Dad pulled his car out of the garage and they put Brian's in there. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean his dad knew.
There's more to that, too, but...
Come on, tell us.
His car out and put his in the garage. So, yeah, there's more to that, too, but there's only so much we can focus on and so much we can work on, but we're not fools.
Yeah. And I mean, and we do know that he was wearing gloves inside the house almost the whole time. Matter of fact, when they went in to arrest him, he was indeed sitting at the kitchen table wearing gloves, sorting trash. Now, whether he was doing that while the family was all sleeping, I find it hard to believe that they didn't notice that he was going around wearing gloves. Maybe he was sorting trash only while they were asleep and they didn't notice that. But why are you just walking around the house wearing gloves? Why are you out there obsessively in your
right
car?
there, Christy. You know, this morning, as my daughter was walking out, I went, hold on, you got a white fuzzy attached to your leg. And I went over and got it off, and she walked out the door. I noticed that. They didn't notice he was wearing gloves in the house.
They didn't want to notice it, is what it is.
Sorting his garbage.
Those phone calls to me are damning. They're damning. And I wonder if the mother was ever questioned about what the content of those phone calls over and over and over, going to the crime scene, going around and around and around like a vulture at the crime scene. What were they talking about? Was she questioned? To the Goncalves family, I beg you not to look at the photos any further. I beg you, because it's going to be up here the rest of your life. What is your message tonight, Mr. and Mrs. Goncalves?
You know, it really is just, you know, with society changing the way it is and people, so many people having access to it via the internet and being able to get these pictures.
Amber, I thought of them last night when I watched this as well, the laundries.
All in the wrong hands. And it's just...
everybody's a news network, but they don't have the education to be a journalist.
An 18-year-old TikToker, you know, getting them out there and just
I wouldn't have done the
them.
right thing at 18 either. So
Yeah.
it's just, our leaders have to be better than this.
And we are no different than people in the past. I'm not trying to say that we're better, but things need to change. It's a time to change this.
You know what? For the first time ever, Mr. and Mrs. Goncalves, I completely disagree with you. I think right is right and wrong is wrong. And there's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for hurting the victims' families for your own monetary gain, for a moment, for another click.
See, like, why is it really coming from the clickster herself? Look at her title. Hell pics. Horror photos inside Idaho murders after Koberger slaughters students. Parents sue. Says nothing about Koberger's sister, who is the most person we've heard about all day. Oh no. What does mine say? Idaho murders evidence review. Crime scene photos raise new questions. Hell pics. Horror photos. And here sits the victim's parents. Right.
There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for hurting the victims' families for your own monetary gain.
For
a moment, for another click, for a higher rating.
For a higher rating. She knows exactly what it's all about. Get the fuck out of here. See, that pisses me off. Because she's trying to put down people like me. And I say, cease and desist.
Cease and desist letters, too.
Hell pics, horror photos, students slaughtered.
It's wrong. As I've told my children, if it feels wrong, it is wrong. There's something wrong when you feel like, is this right? It's not right. When you feel those tingles or you feel hot, when you're saying something or doing something, stop. Because it's wrong.
Okay, Nancy.
And your conscience is telling you that's wrong. So I can't explain it away with the times they be a-changing. That doesn't cut it with me. But please know tonight, you are in our prayers as always, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Not once did they talk about the parents suing, but it's in the title. Isn't that rich? Isn't that? I thought that would, hey, sips of coffee. That's your new soundbite, Jay. I mean, get out of here. It's like, wow. Very, very disgusting. However, she did have Joseph Scott Morgan on, so we're not done.
Thankful of the decision you've made to not show the photos.
Wait, listen to this. Listen to this.
Repeat, 866.
As she puts like a American financing ad right after, okay? We know, we see you. Okay, now we have her guy that has the weird voice patting her on the back saying, Nancy, I'm so proud of the decision you made not to show the photos. Listen.
Good luck. Convicted quadruple killer Bryan Kohberger pled guilty to slaughtering 4 people that he thought he would find asleep in their beds. 4 beautiful University of Idaho students.
These final moments that they have just
into
victims shocked by graphic crime scene photos released to the public with little warning. They were made aware of the release just hours before. The photos show the bedrooms where the murders took place, clearly showing blood spatter on the walls, blood dripping on the bed, and blood smears on the floor where a battle of life and death took place. Photos show the knife sheath Kohberger left behind in Maddie's bed, the piece of evidence that put Kohberger in the room when the murders took place. Photos show the floor and walls with blood smeared, sheets drenched with blood, the spatter, smears, and dripping, showing the brutality of the horrific murders and the battle that took place.
Joining me in All-Star panel to make sense of what we are learning tonight. First, the photos. The only photo that I saw of any probative value, wait for it, I'm not going to it yet, is the knife sheath found under a victim's body.
Ferrero, why did they agree to interview? Because they probably wanted to talk about their lawsuit, and that's why she put parents sue in the subject line here, or in the title, right? Because the Goncalves probably wanted to talk about their lawsuit and about how this could have been prevented, right? But instead, her title says hell pics, horror photos, slaughtered students, etc. And all she really wanted to do was get an emotional reaction out of them about Bryan Kohberger's sister doing a very minute interview with a newspaper. You know what I mean? It's just so transparent. And that's all the Goncalves got out of that. And really, I mean, for being Nancy Grace, 57,000 views. She's got a lot of competition out there. Professional competition. Hey, Kayla.
To Dave Mack joining me, Crime Stories investigative reporter. We went through the photos one by one last night.
Oh, it's Dave Mack. Mack Attack. Listen to Dave Mack.
I really appreciate you not showing those, Nancy.
And it was heartbreaking. Describe what you saw.
Nancy, I am so thankful of the decision you've made to not show the photos. What I saw was worse than anything I imagined throughout all of our coverage of this.
You're being a
and
Karen.
When I saw the blood in the bedrooms, and I mean, we're talking on the floor, on the bed, on the walls. We're not talking about a car accident. We are talking about girls being horrifically murdered by Kohberger.
Girls?
And what we're looking at, there was one of the photos, Nancy.
There was a guy, too.
That shows one of the girls' hair in the blood. And all I could think of was my own daughters. And all I could think of was the families being subjected to this. For what?
Who is this guy? Who's Dave Mack? Mack Attack.
Fury and interest? The blood is worse than we were told.
Oh, it's much worse than what we thought we were going to see. Justice Scott Morgan joining me, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, with an incredible criminal procedure program, author of Blood Beneath My Feet, star of Body Bags.
How come it always makes me laugh? Only he would have a book called Blood Beneath My Feet. I don't know why, but every time I hear that, I laugh. Even when I'm by myself, sitting there with my husband, and I laugh, and he looks at me like I'm an idiot, but every time, blood beneath my feet, and he's all serious. Blood beneath my feet. Like, what a name.
With an incredible criminal procedure program, author Blood Beneath My Feet, star of Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan, a hit podcast.
He sits up straight.
Joe Scott, how many times was Kaylee stabbed in the face, the Goncalves' daughter, to the point her teeth are stabbed out of her mouth?
Yeah, it's in excess of 20. And here's the problem. You can't actually count them accurately because there's cross-communication between the injuries, Nancy. They kind of overlap. That's how much damage was done. And the level of brutality, something that, is going to ring in our ears forever and ever, because we've all heard this before. But now, because of a decision that has been made relative to this imagery, it refocuses it in a very ghoulish way against the wishes of the family. And Nancy, I got to tell you something. Here at Jack State, I work with current and former practitioners. That means that we're all investigators, current forensic scientists. And Nancy, to a person, when I poll them, I ask them, do you guys, to the best of your recollection, recall a homicide that you have worked that has been adjudicated and the subject is in an institution somewhere, and then after this, all of the crime scene images are released by your organization or the DA or whoever it is to a person they couldn't recall a single instance? Nancy, I worked in New Orleans and Atlanta, and from an official standpoint, I don't ever recall. Now, that doesn't mean that there haven't been leaked things over the years, but this goes so far beyond the pale that this can be linked back to these people out there that seem to have a complete disconnect with reality.
I don't understand what is wrong with these people, Dr. Bethany Marshall. Why? Why the release and then quickly scrub it off the screen, knowing they did a bad thing, not telling the parents in advance, they have to find out. And then the people that are enjoying looking at them, the Goncalves pointed out, I'm going to double check with Susan Hendricks, the Goncalves has pointed out, this is...
Our friend Susan Hendricks comes on too.
No longer an investigation, it's over. So why now? What is there to prove or disprove probatively? It's over. And when Dave and I were looking at the crime scene photos last night, Bethany, a lot of them are just the blood smeared on the wall, on the floor, where you can see there was a struggle, a horrific struggle in blood. And the parents...
You may as well just show them. I mean, what are you doing here?
You're going to have to go, that's Kaylee's blood, that's Maddie's blood, that's Ethan's blood. What is wrong with these people?
You know what's wrong, Nancy, is there is profound disregard for the families. In Mel's interviews, in the police department, whoever released those photos, these are law enforcement, the people who released the photos. They should know that there are people out there with ghoulish interests in gore, in crime, and that these photos will be used in an exploitive kind of way. Nancy, in the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders.
Guess what, lady? You have a mental disorder. Just because we go over a crime scene doesn't mean that we're ghoulish. I really resent this message being sent because I don't think we acted ghoulish at all today. God, they're so judgy when they're all cliquey and exploitive. Nancy with her crime con bullshit.
It describes that it's more traumatic to see a loved one hurt than to be hurt yourself. All right, to see a loved one stabbed in a car accident in pain, a loved one with cancer, because we human beings, we are wired to connect. So how could the law enforcement not have known that one little slip, putting these photos out there, and that they would spread like wildfire all over the internet? And
But aren't they public? I mean, you may not want to see them, but they're public. You don't have to look at them. Oh no, I feel torn on this.
These people who are in charge of these ghoulish pictures, who are using them, exploiting them, they have profound disregard for the family too. It's so sad.
Joining me is Susan Hendricks, investigative journalist, author of Down the Hill, My Descent into the Double Murder in Delphi. Susan, how did this happen? It wasn't just a standard SOP release of crime scene photos because it was placed up on the Idaho State Police website and then quickly scrubbed off. What happened?
Nancy, that's the question. How did they get out? Were they leaked? Were they released and quote unquote?
Oh my God, were they leaked? She doesn't know. She has no idea. She just knows about Delphi.
redacted, if you will. I mean, as we just heard, you could see one of the victim's hair. It's unbelievable that the families have to be re-victimized again.
Well, to Chris McDonough joining us, director, Cold Case Foundation.
She's got them all on here. Now we got Chris McDonough. Right, it was from the state, Idaho State Police.
Former homicide detective, worked over 300 homicides over 25 years, and he's a star of the YouTube channel where I found him, The Interview Room. Chris, thank you for being with us. You and I have walked the crime scene and been intimately involved.
Hey, see you later, Jeff H. It was good to see you.
Involved with the logistics of the murders. Chris, there's not a lot probative that prove anything about murders. Chris.
Do we know what game he was at here? Has anyone ever looked into that? Because look, there's a blonde right here. I'm the star of J is for Justice. Do you see the blonde girl?
There's not a lot probative that prove anything about me.
Where is he here?
Any of these photos. They're ghoulish.
Me too, the good gypsy. I'm with you, girl.
The one photo that I saw that proved anything to me was the knife sheath. Let's see that. We've seen it. We've heard about it. The shot there you see the knife on the bed. The sheets are splattered with blood. And Joe Scott Morgan can explain what those blood droplets mean.
So then she goes on to show this. It's okay for her to show this one. No one else can.
This will be the only photos that we show of these pictures from hell.
So it's okay as long as she chose, a couple hell pics to show.
Chris, this knife sheath changed the trajectory, changed the course of this investigation. Is it typical for crime victims' families to have to look at the crime scene photos? I always tried to shield them, Chris.
No, absolutely not, Nancy. It is not typical. And the family has every right to feel outraged and shocked. I mean, this is beyond the pale. What that knife sheath, though, does tell us is that Kaylee solved this crime by her fighting, by her, and we see that in the blood evidence with Dr. Morgan we'll talk about here in a minute.
That's what I said last night. That looks like part of Maddie's leg. Because remember, they said that it was under her thigh. That's what it looks like to me.
But what we see there is the fact that he lost control because she gained control. And that's the brutality that he had to deliver as a result of that. And that's why that knife sheath is there.
Joe Scott Morgan, what do we see? What do those blood droplets on the bed? I think that's Maddie Mogan's bed where the knife was found, the knife sheath. What do those droplets tell you?
Well, they're immediately adjacent to the sheath, which, by the way, is face down. The USMC is not visible on the sheath, which we've heard a lot about. This is a K-bar sheath. The size of these droplets, Nancy, indicate to me that there is some level of velocity or speed in their deposition. So this is something that you're going to see either in an action move. It's not like passively dripping where you get the big drops. This is coming off of the action of actually stabbing or casting at that point in time. So they don't all have little tails on them, but you can see that there is some level of velocity because of the size of these things. They're concentrated. They're very tiny.
Tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah.
See, I don't think she says yeah. I think she says yeah, and they saw someone in their house. Yikes. I think that they didn't really take it serious. I think they thought that Dylan was overreacting, and she's like, oh yeah, and there was someone in their house last night. Yikes.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah.
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, Bethany, we gotta go check. But we have to.
Yeah, I think she says, oh, yikes. Like she's kind of making fun of her.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it.
Okay, hold on. There's more.
It's Sue, Washington State University.
It's at the very end. They talk about the lawsuit at the very end.
Listen. That's really interesting. If he had been thrown out, he wouldn't have even been there.
Exactly.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Does it never end for the victims' families? But now they have another fight on their hands trying to stop vile images of their children in death being released. And tonight, the parents sue Washington State University. Listen. That's really interesting. If he had been thrown out, he wouldn't have even been there.
Exactly.
Yep. And he should have been thrown out before he ever killed these kids. That's the truth. If they should have set a standard and said,
wait a minute. I think they're wearing different clothes. I think this is from a different interview, isn't it? Yeah, Christy's wearing black. This is from a previous interview, I think.
look, we don't put up with this in our university. You cross the line, you're done. It's not even our decision. It's just your behavior. We're holding you accountable.
It is.
You
It's
should behave
old.
like this. That's the expectations in Washington State University, and you either do it or you don't.
There were so many red flags. Listen.
He had 13 in the first semester. The first one came in August. That's the first month that you come to school. And then 12 after. And November had a huge, Thanksgiving break. And then he didn't even go the whole month of December. He took off like December 9th or 10th. And there's 13 formal complaints.
Dr. Bethany Marshall, what was wrong with WSU, Washington State University? At least 13 complaints by women, by students.
Bethany Marshall doesn't know.
So bad. Even a professor was complaining. I think they thought they were going to get sued if they fired Koberger. Well, they're getting sued now because they did nothing.
They had their eye on the wrong thing, Nancy. Even one professor came forward and said, do not give this guy a PhD because if you do, you will see him in the news years from now. He will have murdered, killed somebody. So there were multiple.
At least 13, Higgins.
People coming forward. And I do think the university was paralyzed at the thought that Brian Koberger would sue them. In fact, they saw themselves as a potential victim rather than thinking about all the victims in the classroom. Nancy, university students, especially women between the ages of 18 and 22, are notoriously targeted for and crimes. We know this about college campuses. So the fact that they did not even use their own internal risk assessment procedure to protect these victims, it's just shocking.
The lawsuit alleges almost immediately upon arrival to Pullman, Moscow, Koberger developed a reputation for harassing and stalking, instilling fear among female students and fellow WSU employees. Records show at least 13 complaints were filed against Koberger by other students in the criminology program.
Classmates and professors found Koberger sexist and creepy. Female students avoided being left alone with him, and one faculty member warned he had the potential to become a future rapist. A faculty member said Koberger is, quote, smart enough that in 4 years we will have to give him a PhD. But, mark my word, I work with predators. If we give him a PhD, that's the guy in many years when he is a professor, we will hear he's harassing, stalking, and sexually abusing.
See, now that's really creepy that that professor said that, and Catherine Ramsland picked up on nothing.
Using his students at wherever university.
My stars.
Well, and it makes you think about what did Idaho, the University of Idaho, what did they hide? What did they, sweep under the rug? We know they were included in the daily briefings with the Moscow police, the UI. And then the president wrote the book. I think WSU, they could have shipped him back to PA.
And to Howard Blum, renowned author, he wrote When the Night Comes Falling, Requiem for the Idaho Student's Murder.
Okay, so just FYI, I pulled up this article last night after I saw that he had written it, and I threw a video out last night on it.
An article out this weekend in Air Mail titled, Did BK Have an Accomplice? I Make the Case. Howard Blum. It goes on and on. It was so bad that there was a system set up for female students to text or email when they needed an escort to their car because they were afraid of Koberger. You have been on this case from the beginning. Why didn't they act? I agree with Goncalves' family.
I agree with them too, and I think it's really interesting that for once all four families are uniting to make a point. And I think their point is not specifically against WSU, Washington State University, but they want to establish once and for all that students, when your parents send students off to a university or a college, that they are protected. The university has a responsibility to make sure that the students are safe. And Washington State University ignored this. And it can't be done at Washington State University. It can't be done at other universities around the country.
Now, how do you guys feel about that? Do you think Washington State has, an obligation after that many? There was girls being escorted off the campus to their cars because they weren't comfortable. Cycle breaker, I don't think the Goncalves will settle. Like, both sides have to agree, and I don't think they're in it for the money. I think the Goncalves want to see accountability and change. But that's just my opinion. I guess we'll wait and see. I don't think they're doing it for any monetary amount. I think they're more so going for accountability. So they can offer a settlement. It doesn't mean that they will accept it. They don't have to accept a settlement.
Country, and that's the real purpose of this lawsuit, and it's a good one.
Eric Faddis joining me, high-profile lawyer, founder of the law offices of Eric Faddis, former felony prosecutor. Eric, what can Washington State University say in their defense? Because it's all documented. These are not just, he said this and she said that. They documented it. And then a day late and a dollar short, they decide to have an intervention. Way, way too late.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there were some clearly documented failures, errors, and omissions on behalf of Washington State University.
Yeah, Washington State University did not want to get sued by Brian Kohberger. That's exactly why they kept him around. They didn't think he'd go stabbing people. I mean, he's a little creepy. I'm sure they've had incels come and go who are a little creepy, and they get him out of there, and we're good.
University. I think what they're going to argue, Nancy, is they're going to argue causation because the plaintiffs have to essentially show that Washington State University's failures.
I want to take a look at these photos. Ugh. A photo of his butt.
They're going to argue causation.
All right, there he is at the baseball game again.
Because the plaintiffs have to essentially
we've seen that
show that Washington State University's failures caused damages and in some of the claims caused or substantially contributed to the deaths. I think Washington State's going to say, hey, this was a madman. This was a psychopathic killer. We couldn't have done anything to stop this. He would have done this anyway. And so I think that is the horse they're likely going to ride.
The suit alleges the college.
The suit is all the families, I believe. I think it's all the families are involved. I think Stacy Chapin, I think Maddie's mom, the Goncalves, and the Kernodals, I believe, are all in the WSU thing, if I'm not mistaken.
College did not take action in part because they feared firing Kohberger might open WSU up to a lawsuit. After the murders, Kohberger's supervising instructor and fellow graduate students immediately thought Kohberger committed the murders, but did not contact law enforcement. The plaintiffs named in the suit, Kaylee Goncalves' dad, Maddie Mogan.
Okay, here it is. Kaylee Goncalves' dad.
Mom, Xana Kernodal's dad, and Ethan Chapin's mom.
Okay, so it's Kaylee's dad, Maddie's mom, Ethan's mom, and Xana's dad. And I think it's really, really unfair, 9mm, to call them grifters. What have they grifted for? I mean, I've heard this for years. I'm curious. Anybody who thinks like the Goncalves are grifters, I'm curious. What do you think they're grifting for? I've never understood that. A university will do anything to keep its enrollment rates from plummeting. Oh, hell yeah, they will. Right? Xana's sister, don't forget, she went to WSU. So she was right in his vicinity.
Argue WSU was obligated to control Kohberger as a teaching assistant and employee.
Ugh. I wonder where he is there. Is that in Pennsylvania? I think it is. I think I remember his mom had that like doily. Do you guys think he looks stoned? Do you guys think he relapsed? Me too, Vogue. The fundraiser for the house. That was just to attend the trial. I don't think that's grifting at all. I've seen more given for less, that's for sure. I don't think grifting for a place to stay during their daughter's murder trial is... I don't think having a GoFundMe for that is grifting, but that's just me. Definitely seen more given for less.
And resident of campus housing.
They hired him. Dr. Bethany Marshall, doesn't anybody check social media anymore? He talked about his heroin addiction. He talked about the white noise he hears all the time. Remember that? Like when you see snow on your TV.
Jesus, Nancy. She is on one in this one.
He hears all the time. Remember that? Like when you see snow on your TV. Did they not see any of that?
And that he felt like a piece of meat. He had no emotions. When he hugged his family members, he didn't feel anything. Nancy, this is actually a profound refusal to put their thoughts together about what was happening at their university. They looked at all the evidence. They talked about it. They had meetings. Everything was documented. But there was a profound lack of a willingness to think about the students, to protect the students. Their fear of being sued was so self-serving. I mean, they prioritized that over women who are potentially raped. They're worried about themselves, like Melissa Koberger. She's worried about her family. She's not talking about the victims' families.
Yes, she did.
Like all these photos that are being released online, these ghoulish people who are going to exploit the photos are thinking of...
I'm convinced this woman did not even read Melissa Koberger's interview. Higgins, I saw Kaylee's little sister pledged and got accepted in her sorority. I saw that too. She is cute.
About themselves. They're not thinking about the family. There is a profound disconnect, Nancy. People are dissociating from the reality of what really happened during that crime.
And I'm sure you heard earlier that immediately after the murders, people at WSU, fellow grad students and a supervising instructor, knew. They immediately knew Koberger, quote, did it, and they did nothing.
She's not waking up. Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Circling back to Howard Bloom, author of the definitive book regarding the Idaho murders, When the Night Comes Falling. Howard, what about that sister and her green wig? Not judging. She's claiming that she's gotten so famous to avoid being recognized, she has to wear heavy makeup and a wig, a green wig or a pink wig, wherever she goes. Okay.
She didn't say that at all. This is horrible. Look at Howard. He's like, damn. I mean, I get that's how Nancy is, but geez, oh, Pete's.
Big, not judging. She's claiming that she's gotten so famous to avoid being recognized, she has to wear heavy makeup and a wig, a green wig or pink wig, wherever she goes. Okay, but the point is whining to the New York Times about her pain and her family's pain?
Well, I am sympathetic to the sister. I think she's a victim, but I also think she's not being totally candid. We just heard that at Washington State University, everyone thought he was a suspect, or so many people thought he was a suspect, and yet his family had no idea. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. I don't believe that the father, while he was sitting in a white Hyundai Elantra, while they were going across the country, that the police were looking for a white Hyundai Elantra, didn't have any idea that his son was involved in these murders. I think they're trying to make the best case possible, but I don't think they're being totally candid.
Well, that's certainly putting perfume on the pig, isn't it, Howard Bloom? Not being totally candid. Okay. When I saw that article, nothing about the pain the victims are going through, nothing at all about me. That's bizarre. I smell a book in the works. I'm just
You're
saying,
lying,
somebody in the
though.
Koberger camp is going to write a book about all their pain. Susan Hendricks, back to the lawsuit. The Goncalves are not speaking about it. Susan, is it true that women had an email or a text that they could use because they were afraid of Koberger to even walk to their cars?
Absolutely. And the email would say 911. I mean, they had a plan. They were petrified of this guy, to even where they had to make a code to say, I'm in trouble here, or leave the door open. I mean, it's just the red flags are everywhere in this lawsuit.
Everywhere, and they were all ignored. Chris McDonough joining us, Cold Case Foundation and star of The Interview Room. Chris, in so many cases that I prosecuted, by the time I got them, of course, they were felonies, that started with pervy behavior, like peeping toms, voyeurism, upskirt photos, and then suddenly somebody's raped and somebody's dead, okay? Are you surprised at all that it all started with this trail of intimidating women at WSU who did nothing about it?
No, not at all, Nancy. And you have been connecting these dots from day one. And let's take it one step further after the murders, right? We have all of this pre-incident behavior that are just huge red flags. But what about when the cops find the white Elantra? And they do what? Oh, they just said, oh, we made a mistake. A mistake? Are you kidding me? Do you imagine all that evidence that was lost just within a week after the homicides? This was incompetence at its finest hour.
To Eric Faddis joining us, high-profile lawyer.
Faddis. Sorry, my dogs are going crazy. I got a gift, and someone got me my chair. I'm getting a new chair, you guys. I love you. Thank you, Anonymous and on a mouse.
Under law offices of Eric Faddis. Eric.
I don't know if I can listen to her anymore. I've got one more thing for you guys. Are you ready? Hi, Summer. He did look nicer when he was chubby. Maybe that's when he wrote that rap. He said he was a gentle giant.
Keep running. Why is this when I hit it? Always looking stunning. Always gentle giant. No defiance. All building a.
Remember, he said he was a gentle giant in his rap. So that would tell me he was still fat when he did that rap, because he was a gentle giant. And he's running. So he was being teased because he was a big kid. And that was 2011.
Ways the same thing that disrupts my life. Wonder when I'll change. But I guess when the time is right, procrastinating my deranged to change would be a fight. So I'm pacifist, like I'm afraid to get a bunny fist. Look at just my mind is pissed, and I keep running. Why is this when I hit it? Always looking stunning. Always gentle giant, no defiance, all building alliance, and still think that I am peasant. I stuck in the future, but I'm never looking at the fucking present. Keep it up, act like you're all that. Here's a cookie too and a present. Led from a desert eagle, eagles going louder than my motherfucking beagle. And your life, you get no sequel. Leave you love once crying like some seagulls. You are not my equal, you are evil, but I'm feeble. And now I'm going regal. Don't fuck with us. You are no less. Next on music.
Be sure to check out my other video. Oh, I had it on fast. Whoops. No wonder I couldn't. Playlist for more true crime. It's because he was a big kid. Hold on. And that was 2011.
Ways the same thing that disrupts my life. Wonder when I'll change. I guess when the time is right, procrastinating my deranged to change would be a fight. So I'm pacifist, like I'm afraid to get a bunny fist. Look at just my mind is pissed, and I keep running. Why is this when I hit it? Always looking stunning. Always gentle giant, no defiance, all building alliance, and still think that I am peasant. I stuck in the future, but I'm never looking at the fucking present. Keep it up, act like you're all that. Here's a cookie too and a present. Led from a desert eagle, eagles going louder than my motherfucking beagle. And your life, you get no sequel. Leave you love once crying like some seagulls. You are not my equal, you are evil, but I'm feeble. And now I'm going regal. Don't fuck with us. You are no less. Next on music.
Ugh. Don't fuck with us. I mean, it's very old. Thank you, Snazzy, for gifting 5 trutherships. Welcome to the Truthers. Thank you. We got Waylon, Rosie B, True Crime and Other Stuff, Sarah with an H, and, of course, YouTube back actors. I love you guys. Thank you, Snazzy. I don't know. That was when,
Or is it a cigar?
he was doing the visuals, getting the visual snow and stuff like that. Here's another video. I have a lot of videos in this case. Oh. And then we're going to get into
September of 2011. He posted a single track, an angsty rap song called Rise Up.
Rise Up!
Always the same thing that disrupts my life. Wonder when I'll change. I guess when the time is right, procrastinating my deranged to change would be a fight. So I'm pacifist, like I'm afraid to get a bloody fist. Look at this, my mind is pissed, and I keep running. Why is this?
Eventually, Brian seemed to find a solution.
Oh my God, you got 3 J's on the screen? Oh. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever had 3 of me up here at once. Anyways, thank you guys. Literally, like, I'm going to close this out, but thank you guys so much for hanging out and going through this with me. I really appreciate you guys being respectful like you always are. And, you know, joining me. 3 Jennifers. I know, running. Hi, Summer. Did you guys see Summer? Summer, come here. Come here. Well, come here. Come here and see me. Come here. Oh, you brat. Can you guys see her? It's better than 2. I don't know. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I got another one scheduled. We're going to go through the rest of the photos on Friday. And we'll see if anything else pops up between now and then. But everybody stay safe. Take care of yourselves. Stay warm. All that good stuff. Thank you, moderators, for being here today. I appreciate everybody. Let's end our poll really quick, though, about the 2 perps. So the question was, do you think there could have been more than one perp? 44% say yes. Absolutely not, 35%. I thought about it, 21%. We'll redo this on Friday and see where we stand. Until then, you guys, everybody stay safe. Thank you for being here. Subscribe if you aren't already. And hit the like on your way out. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.